stiff arms of crap. Have Drake Kirkpatrick right there.
Going down again. It's Q. Quinnen Williams.
Fighting through contact, fighting through offensive line, being a double team, multiple moves stacked into one, just a play of pure domination. This is actual film. This is actual football talk. It's a football show. We're supposed to talk football, not storylines.
And you are listening to the 37th edition of Blewett's Blitz, another lengthy podcast coming at you guys. I know last week was about 3 hours and 20 minutes. This week is probably going to be 3 hours and 30 minutes. It depends on how long I take at how long I take a look at all these plays individually. But we do have a good amount of plays coming for you guys, or I do. The housekeeping I'll get through quickly just because there is a lot to get to. JoeRB31 on Twitter, Jets X Factor, YouTube is at Blewett's Blitz if you're listening on the podcast app. Sorry, and of course, had no issues all today. Go to record a podcast and my nose starts to get stuffy. So if I keep sucking up a little bit, then just don't mind me. I got to get this out for you guys though. Blewett's Blitz on YouTube. The podcast, if you go onto the podcast app, I know a lot of you guys do listen on YouTube or watch on YouTube. If you go to the podcast or the podcast app, if you do listen to other podcasts, just search Blewett's Blitz real quick. Throw a 5-star rating and review. We got 3 5-stars last week, which is awesome. We got 1 review from Scotty who said basically fantastic, insightful, no BS. He used the full phrase, no BS breakdown, great work. So I appreciate that, Scotty. Like I said, we got 63 reviews right now. Once we get to 75, I'll choose somebody out of the last 25 reviews, put them in a list randomizer, and then that person will win a free t-shirt. Actually right now I'm rocking the Mekhi Becton. I think it's pretty fitting. We got a Mims shirt, we got a Joe Douglas shirt, we got a Sam Darnold shirt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want a free t-shirt, even if you don't want it, maybe send it to somebody else, but drop those reviews. It helps us out and you can win a t-shirt as well. So we'd appreciate that. If you have any questions about anything, you could message me or email me at Blewett, Blewett at jetsxfactor.com. Like I said, JetX shop, visit that. Other than that, before the review of the Jets' second blowout game in a row, looks like we're the worst team in the NFL, but we'll get into that. Just have to thank the fans real quick for sure. The website is growing immensely. We are already getting into, and I'm not getting into numbers, but we're already getting into one of the top Jets sites out there. And for us to be doing that, creating the site or them bringing me on in March is huge. The YouTube is growing. Just last episode, we had over 3,000 views, plenty more listens on the podcast, over 100 likes, over 70 comments. Bills, Giants fans are on there talking about they're trying to learn football and stuff like that. And like I said, I really, really appreciate that. 3,000 views for a team that's pretty shitty is awesome. And let's just keep growing it. Like I said, a lot of this is about the young guys. It's not about Peer to Sear and McClendon and all that. Like it is obviously, maybe some of those guys will be here next year, but let's just focus on the young guys. Let's focus if Sam Darnold is going to be the quarterback in 2021 and beyond that. Let's focus on all that stuff. So 3,000 views or I think it's like 3.6 right now views. So we just last episode, we're having over 4,000 listeners and viewers and things like that. So that is freaking fantastic. Every single first Monday of the month is going to be the YouTube Live where you guys can both call in. There will be a call-in number, and you guys could obviously just watch the YouTube Live, comment. We'll react to your comments. It could be something as stupid as, I hate Philly fans and what sucks the worst about them to, what concept do you think Gase needs to do more of for Darnold? And we'll respond, myself and Kyle Smith. If it's not Kyle Smith, if he can't do it, we'll probably bring Marcus Coleman on for one. So you guys can message and talk to a former NFL player. I'm sure he'd be willing to do one of those. So that'd be pretty cool. If I can get him on for one, I'm sure he would. But other than that, let's get into the game. Again, sorry for the I'm trying to. If I can mute myself every 3 seconds, I would. But unfortunately, when you don't do a podcast with somebody else, it's all you. It is all you. So there is no pausing it and trying to suck these boogers up as I do this podcast. So let's see. 31-13. This is considering Solomon Thomas went out. Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. taken out after the first half, and even for the second quarter or the whole second quarter-ish, he was hobbled. Bosa was hurt. D Ford was out. Deebo Samuel was out. Kittle was out. Sherman was out. Some other corners were out, and the Jets were absolutely blown out again. And I said it for the last game. This one was even tenfold. Last game I said, those old Jets fans know when they see the Jets are about to lose the game within the first couple of plays. Last game, it was a block in the back on the kick return for the Jets. And this game, it was a 80-yard TD run to start off the game on the very first play. I think they actually did take the kickoff out. And they brought it back to like a 20, and we're like, okay, cool. Jets stopped them, -5 yards. They should have kneeled it, whatever. And then they run a toss to the outside, and our linebackers are so slow. The safeties were bad on that play, and they shut the game out in one play. So that was absolutely fantastic. Overall for the defense, and obviously, like I said, when the Jets lose, I go duds. When the Jets win, I go studs first. I feel like I'm only going to go studs maybe 2, 3, 4 times this year to start off the show. But like I said, it's all about the young guys. It's about really the Quinnen Williams, the Bectons, the McGovern. Is he the long-term answer here? The George Fants, the guys who might be here in 2-3 years. And then it's about Gase getting fired, which apparently there's a protest at Florham Park today at 1:00. I hope a lot of people show up for that. I actually did sign a petition. Will it do anything? No, but just a rare chance it actually does do something. I did sign that. He needs to be fired. That's the long-term outlook of this team for it to be positive. As soon as Gase gets fired, I'll be more positive. And again, I've said I'm a little bit higher on his concepts than some other people are. I think he's gotten a little bit of an unfair shake in terms of what he's been able to work with, but do not confuse that with me not saying he's still not a good coach. On the field, he's not a good coach. I just don't think he's as bad as people think he is. And as a leader, he's the worst leader I've ever seen. So you have an okay guy in terms of developing concepts, but a bad leader, a bad adjuster, bad time management, bad situational awareness in the game. He's not a good coach, absolutely at all. So I hope he gets fired. Once he gets fired, I believe in Joe Douglas, minus a few things. Could he have brought Robbie Anderson back? I'm not sure what happened behind the scenes, if he was able to bring Robbie Anderson back, and if Robbie Anderson said, no, I'm not negotiating. We don't know that stuff. So if he could have, blame him for that. Should he have brought on another receiver, whether that be a veteran or a guy in the draft? I believe that is a problem with him. I also believe even if Ficken does work out this year, I would have liked to see more kicking competition. So I think that's the two major knocks for him. But like people saying, oh, they should have signed Conklin or should have signed Glasgow. How do you know they didn't try to? So I hate when people talk in absolutes like that. I speak that all the time. It's like, oh, well, they really should have signed Robbie Anderson. What if they offered him $13 million a year for the first year, and they just didn't want to overpay him? And Rob Anderson's note says, screw you, no, I don't like Gase, and I'm going to play with my old college coach and Matt Rule in warmer weather. We don't know what he wanted at this time of his career, so I can't just assume that Joe Douglas didn't try to sign him. So I hate when people say, oh, well, they should have, and Joe Douglas screwed up on that. You don't know what happened. So that's a little bit kind of annoying to see people talking absolutes like that, but I would say the wide receiver position's a knock for him. But overall, I agree with the way he's looking at this team. Obviously, a lot of people want to, sign this big free agent, Logan Ryan or Clowney, or trade for Ngakoue, but trading for Ngakoue was never an option. Trading a premium draft asset for a guy who's not going to re-sign here was stupid. Signing Clowney, which might help this year, but it can take your team from 3-4 wins to 5 wins. And now you're taking that cap money that you could roll over into next year and using it this year. So I didn't agree with that. So there's some things that I like that he's doing. The offensive line is clearly improved. I don't care what the numbers say. I don't care about any of that. And we'll obviously run through all the tape of the offensive line, or a lot of the tape of the offensive line. And there could be pressures that are put on the stat sheet because Darnold scrambles out too soon. That's considered a pressure where really he had a pocket to step up in. There's so many different numbers that go into that, and I don't know how they get the numbers. I don't know who's watching the film, to be honest. I don't think it's very smart people watching the film a lot of those times, so they don't really know what they're watching, and then they put numbers to it, and people look at those numbers like it's religion. So that's why you guys are here. That's why there's 3,000 plus people viewing these shows. Hopefully again this episode, and hopefully again when the Jets are inevitably going to be 3-11 at one point in the season, or 2-10. Definitely come back. Definitely keep learning. And like I said, we're going to grow. The Jets are going to get better. I'm pretty confident in that with Douglas. We just need to have hopefully the owner who will have the balls to fire a coach after he gave him a vote of confidence. I don't think there's any possible way that he's not going to get fired after this year, especially when the Jets had a 3.0 rating last week, which is like just as high as a Yankees regular season game. And I think the Giants, who had a really low rating last week, were at like a 7 or an 8. So the Giants are doubling the Jets' ratings, and that's what the Giants having like one of their lowest in a while. Now the Jets are having their lowest again. Usually regular season games of the NFL, I believe, are just about like the World Series playoff games of baseball. The baseball has 162 games. I believe it's 160. I'm not a big baseball guy. And they're having just as many viewers for the Yankees as they do for Jets, who play 16 times a year. So I think that's going to send a message to the Johnsons. They look at that stuff. They know that stuff. They look at social media. So that's obviously sending a message. I think it'd be even more helpful if we were at the stadium, or we weren't at the stadium, let's be honest, and it was 70% Niners fans, 30% Jets fans, and the Jets fans were booing and leaving early. Now maybe the Johnsons are just assholes and the stadium is full anyway. Who cares if it's Niners fans? But I think they really do care about what Jets fans think. So I do think he'll be fired. And once that happens, we'll start taking steps in the right direction, whether that be with Darnold, whether that be with Lawrence. It depends to me. And I stated it last week on what Darnold shows the rest of the season. If Darnold continues to show inconsistencies, I know obviously he hasn't had the best supporting cast, but if he continues to throw the ball up into traffic or take sacks or have unhappy feet, but to have happy feet in the pocket, these are some things that are kind of irreversible, or they can be irreversible. So to start new with a quarterback in Lawrence, we discussed this last week. I don't want to get into it all again. We'll see. I think if the Jets do finish with the first pick, I think that's what you have to do, unless Darnold just balls out and somehow they're still the first pick. But I think it kind of works they work with each other, where if Darnold shows he's going to be the guy this year, he's going to overcome some of the coaching, some of the weapons around him, and win 4 or 5 games. If he continues to be inconsistent and just play all right, and the Jets finish with 1-2 wins, is he really the guy? I'm not sure. Like I said, it's I know a lot of it's because of the weapons and the offensive line he was given, but there's some stuff that's irreversible, where I feel like if he was put in the Brown, Baker Mayfield's position, or Kyler Murray's, or Josh Allen's, he would have been a top 10 quarterback. I really do believe that. But when you develop bad traits and bad habits, and you're going to be going into year 4, that's stuff that's hard to reverse at times. And I would almost rather start new at that point with a Lawrence with a new contract, rather than have a guy who, like I said, you're not completely sold on, who's developed bad habits. And considering you have to sign him to another contract. So these are things that we're having to work out this year, because I'm hoping that Darnold wins 4 or 5 games, shows he's the guy. We know we got him. And then you take those draft picks and you invest in the offensive line, you invest in corner, you invest in outside linebacker, you invest in the wide receiver position with both the draft capital you have and with the free agency money you have, and then you build around Darnold, and he's that guy. That's what I'm hoping for. But I'm saying that will probably come around 4 or 5 wins. I don't want to put a hard number on it, but 4 or 5 wins, where the Jets will be picking 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. But I think if the Jets do finish with the 1st overall pick, 2nd overall pick, that's going to be some on Darnold too. The first game I showed it, there were some plays that were open downfield that Darnold missed. This game he looked okay, but there were still some plays that he did miss or was late on, or his eyes got locked on the guys for too long. So I know he made a highlight play or 2, but he needs to prove to be the guy this year. So we're going to take a look at that throughout the season. So that's a big thing that should keep people around. But overall, I did 4 duds of the game. And I did the defense overall as the 4th dud, even though they really could be the first. The defense has been absolutely terrible. They've been just as bad as the offense. I think the last 2 weeks, if the Niners kept their foot on the gas, if they were healthy, they could have easily put up a 50-burger on the Jets. I think the Bills easily could have put up a 50-burger on the Jets, considering 2 red zone fumbles or 2 green zone fumbles. We'll call them. I'm not sure if they're exactly in the red zone, but really close to the red zone. Missed throws by Josh Allen, missed field goals. The defense has been brutal. Absolutely brutal. Like I said, shredded by a hobbled Jimmy Garoppolo, 14 for 16 for 131 yards, 80-yard touchdown run. Run on 30 or 3rd and 31 was picked up. penalties. Mostert ran 8 times for 92 yards, 1 touchdown, 11 yards per carry, or 11.5 yards per carry. McKinnon, 3 rushes for 77 yards, which a lot of them came from those 2 runs, but still, they had another 50-ish yard run wiped out by a penalty per Michael Nani, which is a good stat, and the best stats guy to follow out there, especially for the Jets. The Jets defense has given up 6 touchdowns on 9 first half drives. That's a league worst 66.7%. No other team has given up a TD percentage of more than 50% in the first half. So they're giving up a ton of, and this is indicative of what they are, because teams are trying on the Jets in the first half and then can take their foot off the gas pedal in the second half because they're already blowing the Jets out by 2, 3, 4 touchdowns. They don't have to try anymore. So they're giving up a touchdown on 2 out of every 3 drives. That is absurdly bad. That is brutal. No other team, like I said, fit more than 50% in the first half. And these are teams who are supposed to be just as bad as the Jets too, like the Jaguars and the Dolphins, and all these teams are playing much, much better and much more competitive. The Giants, competed with the Steelers. They look more competitive. They competed with the Bears. The Dolphins competed with the Bills. They competed with the Patriots. The Jacksonville Jaguars beat the Colts. They just competed last week with whoever the hell they played. I forget who they played. They're playing tonight against the Dolphins. I'm sure they'll look pretty solid. So it's just brutal to watch. 40 missed tackles through 2 games. The next highest is the Chiefs at 29. It's almost inconceivable to have 40 missed tackles in a game. That is, I don't know where that ranks historically, but I'm going to say that would be top 10 through maybe top 5 through 2 games of missed tackles. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to go through a lot of that stuff. We're going to get into the film again. I apologize for the me keep sucking up my nose here, but it is what it is. I'm trying to. I can't really pause, and I want to get this out. Of course, it happens as soon as I'm about to record. Perfect timing. Thank you, seasonal allergies. So the secondary gets my 3rd dud of the game. Just bad. They were bad, and I mashed a lot of guys in together, so we have a lot of plays, but it's a lot of guys together. From Marcus May to Ashton Davis to McDougald, to Desir, to Bless on Austin. A lot of them were just bad. I know May might have had a good stat line for your fantasy team if you do defensive guys, which I'm actually not too sure. He actually had a good fantasy day because he didn't really have it. I don't think he had a pass deflection or anything like that. But the overall, it was just terrible. So I'm going to be jumping around a lot through the film. Like I said, it's not just like when I do a player review where it's 1 through 50, and I just go through them one by one. I do have to queue up some plays in my notes here, so I do have to jump around quite a bit. So I will apologize for me having to do that. Actually, why apologize? I'm doing the show for you guys. You should be freaking not gonna. All right, so let's go to the first one, and again, a lot of plays here. I'm watching it pretty much as the first time as you guys are watching it. I see it once I record it, and I discuss it. We'll go through some individual players. We're not going to go through every single play. I'm not going to watch every single matchup and go through and tell exactly what they're doing bad, what they're doing wrong. Pretty much take the highlights of the bad or the good, because if I went through every single player, 11 players on each play, we'd literally be here forever, absolutely forever. So, holding right tackle, 67-yard run. Okay, was this a 60? Oh, this was a 67-yard run that was called back because of the right tackle here. Who is the? Did I mean the right guard? No, that's the right tackle. Okay, so a few things here. Obviously, when I said it before the game, I said watch out against the 49ers running a lot of outside zone pitches, things like that, breaking to the outside, because they're going to attempt, which they do already, to attack the Jets linebackers. The more you run the ball outside, the more you're attacking the second level versus the first level. It's exactly what they did, and that's exactly why they shredded us for how many ever yards in the ground. But regardless, 3 huge runs, one of them being called back on a penalty. So this could have easily been another 67-yard run, because honestly, you have the right tackle right here who helps on the combo block of Ogletree. He moves to the second level. He blocks 46, which is Hewitt. Was Hewitt getting there with not being held? Which right he's held again right here. he gets held, but was he getting there anywhere? I don't know. He's a pretty slow linebacker, so could this have changed the play? Maybe, but I'm not going to say 100%. Obviously, you have missed tackles. You have Poole, who is way too passive on this to me. You have Poole coming down. I want to see him cover more ground here, be aggressive and setting the edge to the outside, and then work your way inside. I don't want to see him coming patiently over the top and giving him a two-way go, and that is what he's doing at this point. You want to really shut off that one way because he's hopping and high and on his toes right here because he has a two-way go, whereas if he was more aggressive to shoot downhill and completely shut off the outside, then he just fires into him. He's keeping him inside. You have pursuit coming, and then they would make the tackle, but because he's playing too conservatively here over the top, he gives him the two-way go, which is why you see the hoppy feet right here. You see the wide base. Again, you're going to see the hop. You don't ever want to hop. You want to break down your feet, run your feet, but you don't want to be hoppy. Misses the tackle. Hewitt doesn't scrape over the top. You have McDougald right here, who is working his way from the deep center field. He's taking an outside angle. Hats are outside. His hat's going to be outside. Work your way over the top. McDougald that takes a shallow angle, comes into contact, never is able to work over the top. For whatever reason, he does get the guy on the ground and then just kind of stays there. This is I talked about this in the McDougald review. If you are a big time listener of the show, I know people said that his tackling is solid in his second level, and I did not agree with that. Stats, not stats, whatever. The film showed that he was not a solid second level tackler, third level tackler, and this is one of the reasons why. Again, you see him working to the outside. You have to get your hat over the top right here, and even if you're not completely shooting to the outside on this wide receiver, you at least have to square him up where you're able to play either side of that wide receiver. He commits to the inside for some ungodly known reason, runs right past him. You have Marcus May, who takes a bad angle. And to be completely honest, I don't know if it's just me, but it doesn't look like he's running at full speed right here. Maybe he is, but it doesn't. It looks like he kicks in the high gear like there and tries to get the guy. So I would like to see him take a higher angle. For a really fast running back, he takes a pretty aggressive angle, and then he ends up just going for an arm tackle. That arm gets stiff-armed, and Mostert runs for a would-be touchdown, but because of a holding by the right tackle that might have affected the play, it might have not affected the play. It's called back, but I want to see a higher angle from May. I want to see McDougald work over the top. I want to see Poole take a better, more aggressive edge-setting angle. Again, because of those hoppy feet, it's just the two-way go. He screwed himself right there. So really bad play. And that's just one of very, very many bad plays in this game. Again, we will get to some of the positives, and the positives were really positive this game, especially when you're considering who they were coming from. I'm excited to get into some of those players. But we have to shred the Jets a little bit first to get to we have to get through the bad to work our way into the good here. So next play, third and 9 conversion for the 49ers. It's so predictable with the Jets defense, and they're just bad. So you could predict anything, just predict anything bad. But the Jets will, get a run stuff on first down, and then it's second and 13, and then the Niners or whoever they're playing is going to pick up 10 yards to make it 3rd and 3 and 3rd and manageable. The Jets cannot get off the field on third down. They can't keep guys in second and long and make it 2nd and 13 to 3rd and 9. They're always going to give up 10-9 yards. It's absolutely brutal. So here you have a 3rd and 9. You have the Jets playing in what looks to be a cover 3. It could be a cover 2, and with him and with May knowing that there's only one threat on the bottom from whatever side this is. I guess the field side, that he's just going to be looking to rob anything over the middle. So it could be 3, it could be 2. What I do know is that Austin is responsible for this receiver. Austin shuffle technique to the outside was not even shuffling. He's kind of just backpedaling and just letting this guy inside of him. This guy runs a hitch, and it's an easy completion for a first down. What is this? Like, I'm not even going to try to, You have this linebacker who's matching the two threat, who's breaking his way into the flat or threatening the flat. So he matches him. This linebacker clearly did not match the two. So now if the linebacker matched the one, which became the two, and then Austin switched off to the two to the one, and the one becoming the flat guy, I would understand it. The linebacker is clearly matching the running back or responsible for the running back at this point. So guess what, bless Austin? This is your guy. What does he do? His eyes are in the backfield for a really long time. He thinks the guy might break outside. He sits it down, and an easy completion on 3rd and 9. It really does not get any easier than this. So I don't know why he's just allowing him to take the inside. Get inside. Stay square. I've said this before. Get it, reroute them. And I'm going to try not to curse, or somebody who commented like, oh, maybe you shouldn't say drop the F-bomb all the time. And I'm trying not to. I know there are kids who listen to this, but sometimes it's going to come out. So there's sometimes I feel myself going to that way. I don't want to, but stay square, shuffle inside, at least reroute them to the second level. And then if you have to drop off on the two to become the one, that's fine. But to just open up like this and just allow him to take the inside is inexcusable. I don't know what he's doing here. I don't know if he's coached this. I don't know what it is, but he just look at this. Is this super imaginative? They're not doing much. He sits it down at the first down marker. That's all that happens right here. Sits it down. Austin's eyes are in the backfield the entire time, or seemingly the entire time. Look at his helmet. This is why he reacts to this guy. He bursts forward a little bit. And that's why Austin reacts to it, because he sees him in his peripheral. He's not really able to focus on his complete body language because his eyes aren't on top of him. Reacts to it. Eyes are still in the backfield. Catches the ball. And the easiest first down you're going to get in your life. So that cannot happen at all. So next play 27. May beat for touchdown. All right. And I got to there's a lot of windows you need to open when you're doing this, people. So you're trying to manage windows, because you click one, that one pops up, the other one is hidden behind it, all this shit. So maybe for touchdown. May is in the slot. Nope, he's right here. Okay, so he's in like inside slots. He's on the hash right there. I believe that's him on display. Motion. Austin obviously follows his guy across the field. The 49ers, they run a flat 7, but it's like a switch flat 7. Yeah, so this is a switch concept, switch flat 7, and this is really to screw up man coverage when you're it's both acts as a natural rub, and it acts to test your guys. Are you playing in and out? Are you playing banjo? What kind of defense are you playing? They're playing strictly man. Marcus May follows his guy to the outside. Obviously, this is the pick route from the outside right here. He pushes upfield, or the natural pick rub, which it works well. It's both a smash concept variation. It works as both that and the natural rub. Marcus May evaluates, but again, for him at this point, it's a good call. And you need to just rally and make the tackle. So what I need from Marcus May here is to stay over the top of this rub route. He beats you. At this point, you have to declare that you're beat. Like, there's some plays that you're just going to get beat by, and calling a rub route, calling the switch flat 7 is going to beat you. So you just have to contain the run. I mean, you have to contain the play. Rally and make the tackle, but you cannot get beat for a touchdown. Marcus May tries a guess, hesitation, stutter inside. Marcus May reacts to the inside. He runs the out route, catches the ball. Marcus May does not put his helmet across his body, wrap him up, and take him down out of bounds. He does what a lot of Jets are doing this offseason and diving at the ankles. I believe that's Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed hurdles him, gets in for the touchdown. So, like I said, at this point, I just want to see Marcus May stay patient, stay over the top, make this wide receiver, the tight end, declare. He declares inside, you go inside. He declares outside, you go outside. Now, does he get the first down? Maybe. Most likely he does, but you're rallying, you're making the tackle, and now they have to beat you again. Good calls sometimes just work against what the defense is calling, offensively versus defensively versus offensively. He declares wide open. again, now he still has a chance to make the play and kind of rally and make the tackle the 5-yard line and make him beat you. Maybe you get you shut him down in the red zone, within the 5-yard line, which I doubt because the Jets defense is piss poor, but you can't just dive at the ankles right here and let him hurdle you. Run past him, cross your helmet through his hips, drive him out of bounds, but he dives and it's another touchdown. So again, the defense, play 36. Austin, bad coverage. And again, some stuff is mixed in here, so there is going to be some positives mixed in these plays. Like this play, I believe it's a positive play for Jenkins as well. Austin, bad coverage. And this is Austin, bless Austin, who I said last week I thought he was a little bit overhyped. I thought he played okay for 1 week, but he was just okay. He wasn't great this week. He struggled in a starting role. So he's on the bottom right here. So let's see what the coverage is. Okay, so you have cover one hole, another missed tackle. Bless Austin missed 3 tackles this last week. I think he missed at least 3 tackles this week, so he's missing tackles. Even though he's a hard hitting aggressive guy, he's missing way too many tackles. Man coverage, you know what I'm going to say. He's playing in no man's land. He's 2 to 3 yards off, so he's not going to be able to get hands-on comfortably. He's putting himself in space where it's hard to match the guy. He's not playing in off coverage where he's able to take read steps and read the quarterback's drop, 3-step drop, break on the ball, 5-step drop, a little bit more patient, 7-step drop, watch out, something deep might be coming. Doesn't do that. Stems him outside. Austin has absolutely terrible technique right here. Just opens his hips up, opens the gate. Now you're allowing him the outside. You're allowing everything right here, to be honest. You're allowing him like a diamond to release where he takes 3 steps outside, gets inside on the slant. You're allowing you're allowing him the push up field out route. You're allowing corner route. You're allowing, if he's faster than you, just a 9. You're allowing everything right here with your hips. You're not guarding against pretty much anything. Maybe a deep route if you have faith that you could keep up with him. Opens up, doesn't shuffle to stay over top, doesn't get hands on, bad position or bad leverage to start the rep. Outside, hitch route, runs right to the sticks. Again, this is 3rd and 3, and this is how you're playing. You have to guard against short stuff on 3rd and 3. I know it's man coverage. The Niners aren't taking a lot of deep shots. They're not. Stay over the top, get a shuffle in, get your hands on. Even if you're going to get up in his face more, you could soft shoe. There's different press technique. There's soft shoe. There's foot fire. There's offhand jams. There's strike and get back the balances. There's double shoots. There's a bunch of things you could do. So you don't have to be necessarily aggressive in press, but at least get shuffles in, get your eyes right, get over top of them and make them work against your body. But when you're opening up like this, you're giving him the outside. Now you're giving him the outside. You're not in the positional leverage to get over the top to guard against the deep stuff. So he has to go into oh shit mode, open up. Now when you open up and commit deep, he's going to run short, runs the hitch, and it's a catch for a first down. Now, at that point, you have to try to make the tackle, which he does a good job. A lot of receivers do this. They'll stab outside and go inside. Also reacts hard to the outside, misses the tackle, and now instead of it being a first down, he just beat you for 3-4 yards. Now it's another 4 or 5, 10, 15 yards that he just beat you there for as well. So absolutely inexcusable play from Austin, from both the missed tackle and his technique. It was really, really bad right there. You have Jordan Jenkins, who I think played pretty well this game, coming off the right side from that wide alignment. And let's see what he does here. Yeah, good. Like, listen, he got there. Like for the and listen, the Jets pass rush was brutal last week. I think he's a little bit better this week. But when you're letting guys run 3-yard hitches, stop routes on 3rd and 3, from a quarterback who's taking literally just a catch and throw pretty much. He's not even really taking a true like drop back. Jenkins does a good job pressing up the field. 69 shoots his hands. His feet get a little bit stalled. Shoots his hands. Jordan Jenkins double swipe, arm over, pushes off of him with that people call it the ice pick right there when you're going to push him off, and he's feeding that arm right there. So he's shoving that arm down. So you have 69 who's trying to recover, reaching his left arm down or reaching his left arm out. Jordan Jenkins is pushing it down. So good double swipe, crosses his face. Good hand usage to clear himself. Gets the hit on Garoppolo, but too easy. First down. We just showed 2 plays that were first downs on plays that they shouldn't have let them up. Like that's inexcusable. Right there for me from Austin. 38 man coverage beat Marcus May. All right. Nobody was good in this game from the secondary. I really don't think there was one good player. I think Poole rated out highly, but maybe he was okay. But like I said, he was a contributing factor to a 67-yard touchdown run that was called back on a holding that may have not affected the play. If you're going to be the glass half full Jets fan, yeah, he made that tackle. Glass half empty, no, he didn't make that tackle, and he's slow with that. So what do you have? I really don't know. I think it's 50-50. So Marcus May, man coverage, where is he at? Okay, so yeah, he's on the bottom right here. Right here. And maybe we take a look at some of the other people in this play, if anybody else played it really poorly. No. I like even I think this is Poole in the slot right here. This is Poole in the slot. I don't like his coverage either right here. Backpedaling, opening up. Guy uses a little bit of like a rocker step, it looks like, breaks inside. Well, he's on him, but he could have potentially got beat, but we're just focusing on Marcus May here. So look at the feet. This is the first thing I'm going to say. Watch the feet. Again, right here. Hop. The feet are stagnant. Again, if you're going to backpedal, get low, a nice shoulder width base, and creep your feet backwards. So like you're literally like I can't explain exactly what that's like. There was something in my head, but it was lost. Small step backwards. When you're hopping like this, one, your base is too wide, so you're not allowing yourself to cut in either direction, and two, you're removing yourself from the ground. So you literally cannot move from this point to this point. He couldn't react. From this point to this point, he couldn't react. And also, when you're hopping like that, you're throwing your weight back, which is gonna be harder to react anyway, but back in terms of your momentum. So hopping backwards doesn't stay over the top. Like if he was playing like a wide receiver, yeah, sure. Be a little bit more conservative, open up your hips, guard against the deep ball. I get that. If you're playing against a receiver and you're a safety, being a little bit more conservative and getting beat short, fine. You know what? I'll give you a mulligan. It is what it is. You're not going to make every play. I'm not going to say you get every time you get beat for a play. Oh my God, you're terrible. There's plays you get beat. I explained that with a play of Marcus May got beat for a touchdown before it happens. But you don't want to be hopping back and just give him an inside or outside break. Again, I want to see him stay more patient with his feet. I'm okay with his alignment. Just because there's a little bit of traffic right here. I don't want to see him too tight and then him cut inside or outside and him run into one of these guys. So I'm okay with him like squatting right here, but I want to see more patience with the feet. Again, hold your ground, shuffle, get hands on. What does he do? He's hopping backwards, no hands on, tight end breaks outside, catches it. Does he miss a tackle? No, he doesn't miss a tackle, but hey, look, it's 8-9 yards on first down. And now it's, or is that first down? No, maybe that's second down. Okay. Yeah, that is second down. So again, in situations where I say, oh, well, I wish the Jets could stop people on second down and make it 3rd and 7+. Yeah, they're always in 2nd and 10, 2nd and 13, and then it's always 3rd and 3 or less. And here again, it's going to be 2nd or 3rd and 2, it looks like, because Marcus May does not have the best technique right there. So continue trucking forward because there is a lot of film to get into. Poole, this is a play by Poole or a bad play, good play, I'm not sure. Poole slot, too easy of a completion. Okay, he's right here in the slot. I remember this was a good view for it. Again, man, they played more man this game. They tried to play man, and it just was not working. And the Jets are not good. Like their secondary is not good. Listen, I like the Poole signing. I like getting him back. Again, if you've been following the show for a while, I don't think he was going to play as well as he played last year, just because Poole in Atlanta his first 3 years was inconsistent and average at best. That's what I thought of him. Last year, he balled out. He was one of the top 10 slot corners in the NFL, in my opinion. So you take 3 okay to below average years, you take the 1 year of go with the Jets. Now, could that have been a different defensive coordinator? Sure. But I'm one of those people who will look at it, I think, hopefully correctly, and say 3 years versus 1 good year, he's most likely going to bottom out and meet somewhere in the middle. And I think that's what's going to happen this year with him because he's a little bit inconsistent to me. I would still like him to have him as our slot. I think he could be a potential long-term slot guy for the next 2, 3, 4 years, but I don't think he's as good as people hyped him up to be. I think Austin has a lot to prove to be a number 2. But again,
relative to expectations, pretty happy with him. May could be a long-term guy. I think McDougald could be a long-term guy, but none of them are studs in my opinion. So again, Poole right here. He's clearly has inside technique. He doesn't want to get beat to the inside, but what does he do again? I'm fine with him playing to the inside, depending on the concept, the concept that the defense is running. If he wants to not get beat inside, I'm okay with that. But what happens is he starts to backpedal. He opens his hips up. He's a little bit too far inside. 15 breaks outside, makes the catch, and picks up the first down. Is this third down again? It's gonna be short yardage situation, whether it be but 2nd and 5 or 3rd and 5 or whatever it may be. Again, I'm okay with him playing inside right here. Stay square. This is my biggest thing with DBs. I hate when DBs start opening their hips up early, and I'm fine. Again, play inside. He's a little bit too far inside though for me. I'm okay with playing inside, but this is a little bit too far inside because you're really making it hard for yourself to break on anything outside. So I want to see his body split here. About here to play the inside, because even if his body's split here, so let's say his outside foot's here, crotch is here, inside foot's here, it's gonna be really hard for this guy to break inside of him. But he's too far outside or inside where he's really making it impossible for him to break outside. So his leverage is off, and then his hips are open. So now your hips are open, and you start to run backwards to get into a shuffle. Now your momentum's going backwards. You're too far inside, so you're again have to close ground horizontally while you're throwing yourself backwards, and you're too far inside, so you're giving up extra yardage to have to make up. Again, easy catch, pretty much wide open. This is wide open in the NFL, and the guy gets a first down. So way too easy from Poole there on the receiver. Play 45. All right, so this is the Marcus May section of the show, I guess, because I know the next play he's beat as well. Even though this play is pretty good for him. Again, actually, I remember it being like, okay, like we look at it on the broadcast, looks great, and then you look at it again, it's like, oh, it's okay. So man coverage right here against Jordan Reed. Stay square. The one thing I'm going to criticize with him is he is square, so I like that he's staying patient. His feet. You see how he's like his feet are patient, but they're not running. Like you don't want to just ever be flat-footed. At the minimum, you want to foot fire, run your feet. That's why I call it basically run your feet in places, foot fire, and that allows you to change directions. It allows you to be light on your feet. It allows you to react. When you're flat-footed, you're not able to break. You're not able to react as quickly. So I'm going to criticize the feet being a little bit inactive here. I'm also going to criticize his hands being so low. Again, it's a film show. I get into technicalities. You want your hands to be ready. Just think about a boxer. You don't see a boxer fighting with his hands down by his knees. You're not ready at that point. You want your hands to be at least at waist level, a little bit higher to the belly button, to the chest cavity, to be able to react to strikes. So 2 things I'll criticize there. You can see that because of the inactive feet, he has to hop a little bit. Hands come wide. He's still able to stay with the route. So listen, he's still with the route. Positive. Could he have played it better? In my opinion, yes. I think he could have shuffled, stayed over the top, had hands more ready, and completely shut this route down, and stay over the top, and not even gave Garoppolo the option to even throw it to him. Or is this Garoppolo at this point still? Yeah, it's Garoppolo at this point still. So a few things I will criticize, but he is able to stay right into the hip, gets the left hand on, plays the ball with the right hand, but at this point he misses the ball. Why does he miss the ball? Because and this is what I talk about with people, where I talk about stabbing through or swiping down. When you swipe down, you're giving yourself less of a window to play the ball, because if your arm is here and you're swiping, it's only that time where your hand is in the window of the ball that you're giving yourself to your hand to be able to play the ball. When you're swiping, it gives it less time. Where if you're stabbing through, the entire time your arm is out is when you're in that window that the ball is going to, if that makes sense. It should make sense that I describe it in the best way, but stabbing through, you're playing the ball the entire time, or swiping down, you're only giving yourself that quarter of a second where your hand is in that window as it's swiping. So he swipes at it, misses it, and he gets lucky. Let's be honest, he gets a little lucky here, because if he swipes at it and the ball's a little bit farther to the inside, guess what? It might land right in his chest. Why does it not land in his chest? Because his shoulder pad hits it. So let's say this ball is a little bit farther to the inside, and let's say the Niners get a little bit lucky here. the ball's more inside, he doesn't target it right. It hits him in the chest and he's able to corral and roll down for a touchdown. That's how I look at things. He got the pass deflection here, but he missed the ball and he could have played it better. So this is an okay play by May, but he could have completely shut this route down, stayed over the top and made Garoppolo go in a completely different direction. And then again, I want to see the talent come up here, not the luck. And the luck is him hitting his shoulder pad at this point. So, okay play. Definitely could have been better, in my opinion. Again, am I nitpicking? Yes. Are you guys here for me to nitpick? I think so. That's why the guy said no bullshit breakdown. That's what I try to bring. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I have like 80 plays. I'm not hiding anybody. There's like 130 plays a game, and I'm doing 80 of them and doing 3-hour plus shows, which I'm doing longer than the Jets actually play, to show you guys this stuff. This is stuff that you're not going to hear on ESPN radio and all these other things out there, So, May beat 3rd and 4, situational awareness. I put up here. That is the biggest thing about this play that annoys me. Situational awareness from Marcus May. Again, you're in the red zone. It's 3rd and 4. So, really similar play. He's, man coverage on. I think this time he's a Y off. He's not Y. Last time I think he was a Y. Regardless, he's in man coverage on Reed. Again, we'll criticize the feet a little bit. I want to see less hoppy feet. I want to see the hands more ready. But he's able to stay over the top of, or stay in the hip pocket of Reed. Again, gets his hands on him. And this time he does a better job striking through the ball. Jordan Reed pulls it down, pulls it away, runs in for a touchdown. Now, what am I going to say about situational awareness? Yes, you want to play the ball. Sure. You have to, and I know people are, good play by Jordan Reed. He pulled the ball down to strength. At this point, Marcus May needs to make sure he is completely wrapped up and make the tackle. At this point, let him catch the ball and just tackle him. Because guess what? Now you have him tackled at the 2-yard line, 1-yard line, and now they're going for it on fourth and 1 or 4th and 2, but you stopped them, or they kick a field goal. You cannot let him break this tackle. So this is on Marcus May. You have to be 1,000% sure you're going to be able to play that ball and tip that ball. If you're not 1,000% sure, let him catch the ball, wrap him up by the hips, and spin him down to the ground and throw him into the turf. But you cannot let him break this tackle. What does he do? He plays the ball. Jordan Reed breaks a tackle and runs in for a touchdown. Situational awareness. They're throwing it short of the red zone or of the end zone on 3rd down. Let them make the catch, tackle them. Now they're going for it on 4th and 1 or 4th and 2, but you made the play. Let them get 2 yards right there. So situational awareness, I know it looks like a good play, and it is a hard play to make because he thought he was going to have the ball. He didn't. He needs to make sure he makes a tackle, and that's the story at the end of the day. That's all it is. You have to make sure you have that play. So let's see the next one. Again, we're actually moving pretty quickly through the secondary, I think. We got 3 more plays of the secondary. And then we'll get into the next dud of the game, the second dud. Decent man rep for Poole. All right. Slot right here. You have the emotion right there. You can see him and Desir communicating, or Poole communicate to Desir right there. Looks like he's pushing him to the outside. Now he's going to stay on the guy with outside leverage. Now he has outside leverage, so he's the 1, he's the 2. So you have man, and Poole man on the slot. In the stack formation, just like the tight stack. So again, it's pretty similar to the other play from the other side of the field where he's a little bit too far inside, opens up his hips a little bit too early. 15, pushes upfield more, holds his line, pushes off a Poole a little bit. And if there's good timing right here, he breaks to the outside, the ball is there, Poole is beat. So if the ball arrived now, or even more to the outside, he's beat. He is able to undercut the route, play the hands, play the ball, tips it. So that's a good job playing the ball, but he puts himself in a position to make up this ground because his leverage is too far inside. Again, if you are playing inside leverage, play a half yard to a yard inside. A half yard is probably what you want to play. I think a yard's probably even too far. He's probably playing 2 yards inside right here. And again,
You're opening up your hips. You're opening the gate, as I like to say with corners and DBs. You're opening your gate up. You're allowing him to take that inside. You're compromised here to the outside. You don't have as much strength. So stay over the top again, hands on. Match him at the route break, match his stem, but because he opens up, and again a little bit too hoppy right here with his feet, he has opened up to run deep, and because of that, he opens up to run deep. A lot of his momentum is going towards the end zone. Because of that, he's not able to change direction as quickly. Whereas if he was more outside leverage, like he should have been, I'm saying not as far inside leverage. If he was more over the top as he should have been, he would have been able to match the route stem quicker. So he'd have got hands on quicker. So he wouldn't have had to open up and shoot up the field as quickly. So his momentum would have been taking him more through the receiver instead of up the field, which is going to make it harder from to the outside. Again, I hope you guys get that. Breaks the outside again. He could have been beat, but he does do a good job of playing the ball. So it's a decent rep. Not a great rep. Could have been some things he cleaned up, but it was okay. I hope you guys understood what I was saying there. So play 69. Again, pretty long show, and to have over 3,000, or let's say over 4,000 people listening and watching the show last week, you guys don't understand how much I appreciate that. So again, thank you. If you are watching this stuff, again, drop that review, drop that rating. It helps us grow. You could potentially get a free T-shirt if you really do support the show. The more ratings we get, the more views we get, the more people subscribe to the website. Guarantees I'm going to be here for the long term. Let's just say that. I got a full-time job, but helping me, make some extra on the side with this. I'm not saying anybody even has to subscribe to the website. If you're just going to watch the YouTube videos, that's okay. But you doing that stuff helps me out. It guarantees I'm going to be here for quite a while. I'm not threatening people saying if you don't do reviews and subscribe, I'm going to leave. That's not what I'm saying, but I hope you get it. Austin missed tackle. Also, go on Twitter, and I don't really use this account, but if you want a free follow, anybody in the next, I'm going to say the next week, let's say by Sunday. If you are on Twitter, obviously follow me at JoRB31. I'm not a prick on there. I'm going to be completely honest. I follow like 80 people, JoRB31. I stick to strictly film. I only want to see what I see from the guys, like from the beat writers, from my friends. I follow my friends on there, and from people I know like closely. I appreciate all you guys. I'll interact with all of you. The people comment on YouTube. I comment to almost every single thing. I'll take call-ins. I'm going to take live comments on YouTube. I'm going to respond to everybody. If you tweet at me, I'm going to respond, but I don't want to see a bunch of nonsense on my timeline from a bunch of people. So that's why I don't follow people back a lot on that. But if you go follow Blewett Blitz, BLEWETTS Blitz, anybody who follows me by Sunday, I'm going to follow you back. I don't know if you're going to be listening to the show, but if you want a free follow, if you want to go for one, go follow that account. I'll follow you back for sure. I don't really care with that account because I don't really go on it too much. But if you want that follower account, let me know. But don't think I'm a dick for not following people back on my. If I could follow 0 people, I probably would on my thing. But like, there's people from high school and stuff who I'm still friends with who I always I'm like about to click unfollow. I'm like, damn it. So Austin missed tackle. Again, man, these missed tackles, 2 of them, brutal. So the play call, fake outside zone, you have the jet motion. You have, so one of these corner, let's see what corner it is. You have guys blitzing here, or let's see who's in man coverage. Well, you have a few things here. You have Hewitt, who's in man coverage on this tight end, who gets beat because he reacts hard to the run. Listen, linebackers usually play run to pass, but when you're in man coverage, you got to play pass to run. Doesn't play pass to run, plays run to pass. He gets blown by. If this guy continued vertical or broke outside, he's beat. So I didn't even notice that the first time. Again, I recorded it really quickly and just talk about it with you guys on the show. He gets beat. You have McDougald, who gets man coverage on this guy, which is fine. You have Marcus May. Nope, sorry. You have Austin. Who's in man coverage on this guy, which, okay, listen, they ran underneath the formation. Another situation. You're in man coverage. They had a good play call. Let them get a yard or two, rally, make the tackle. Austin, aggressive angle. Again, I want to see him stay more over the top. You want to see his helmet cross his body. You want to see him wrap up the thighs. You want to see him at least wrap up and spin him down. You want to see him tackle him.
any good tackling technique. There's not just one. Obviously, crossing the helmet across the body to bring your full body into the tackle is the most ideal way. If your head is behind him, it's more shoulder, it's more arm, it's more if you get the leg in front. But when you're putting your spine, what you're doing with the helmet is you're putting your spine in front of it. So you're putting your whole body in front of it. So now you have to work through your whole body, your neck. So that's ideally what you're going to do. What do the Jets defenders do all freaking season? They leave their feet. They don't drive through their tackles. They don't cross people's hips. They just dive at knees, dive at ankles. And if you have contact balance, you're going to break those tackles. So instead of him making the tackle right here, okay, they're at the 49-yard line, and now it's third and or whatever down in distances. It looks like it's probably gonna be 1st and 10 right here because the Jets don't stop people really. It's probably 1st and 10. Now it would be 2nd and 7. What happens? You miss the tackle. He runs for an extra 5, 10, 12 yards. And again, what does McDougald do? McDougald comes up. And this is a little bit harder of a play for him because he's coming straight up and down at him, which is a little bit harder. But at the end of the day, you're in the NFL. This guy's inside leverage come from a little bit more outside. He's getting blocked outside. You have guys pursuing from the inside. Make him cut inside. That's okay. So I want to see him come to a little bit farther outside right here, but he comes at too shallow of an angle, two heads up. Elusive running back, sticks inside. McDougald dives at the knees. He maintains his balance and picks up the first down. Like just every freaking play is just missed tackle, bad angle, missed tackle, not staying over the top. Terrible. One more play from the secondary. Then we'll get into the second dud of the game for the Jets. All right. McClendon, your tackle, may miss tackle. Oh, wow. Another missed tackles. So they run you can call it a lead zone. You can call it a Mike zone. If they're going to declare him the Mike, then it's a Mike zone. If you're counting him as a linebacker, based on how their blocking leads up, this would be a Mike zone. If he is not, then this is a lead zone. It's a zone play where they're going to bypass one of these guys and it being Hewitt to block. So that's what the offensive line does, and that's why you see this combo is supposed to reach the backside linebacker. Again, whether you want to consider him the Mike and him the Sam, or him the Mike and then him just a corner, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter. They're leaving him unblocked because that's the fullback's assignment. Fullbacks works his way to the second level. The running back cuts up bends the run back. McClendon does a good job. He had a good game this game for sure. I almost put him on my studs, but I decided to put something else in there considering how big this game was for them. McClendon does a good job frying off the ball lower than the center, hands inside, stands them up, resets the line of scrimmage, pushes them back into the backfield. Flashes the helmet outside to the running back, is able to plant hard off the left foot, rips through it or pulls him down or jerks or whatever you want to call it. Again, because you're stacking him, now you're working to the play side. The center's momentum is going to be going to the outside. When you plant and throw, that's ideally what you're going to do. You're stopping momentum while throwing his momentum, continuing where it's going. He does that. Jumps to make the tackle. Again, he's working past the center. So ideally, does he make this tackle? Yes, but the running back does a good job spinning off of it, which I think is Coleman on display, right? That looks like Coleman at least. Maybe it's not. I think 26 is Coleman. But you want to see McClendon make that tackle. But overall, good job like blowing up the run. You do want to finish it there, so you do have to credit him for the missed tackle. What does Marcus May do? Who people are like, oh my God, he's amazing this game. Listen, the first game he was solid, not great. Second game, he wasn't good. We saw him beat multiple times this game. He reacts to the run. At first, he maintains his gap responsibility to the backside, sees the running back bending the run back, missed tackle. What does May do? He doesn't. Oh my God! I almost dropped it there. Run up, cross your freaking helmet, and make the tackle. Drive through the tackle. What are the Jets defenders doing? Lunging. None of them are driving through their tackles. None of them are crossing their helmet. Look at all these freaking tackles of people leaving their feet. Why are you leaving your feet? For what reason? Why brutal tackling. And it's not just, oh, the guy's powerful, he got lower, whatever it is. It's the tackling form. This guy is spinning. It's not even like he's running full speed and okay, well, he misjudged his speed. So, he was going across, but the guy broke to the outside. So, that's why there's some excuses with that stuff. I get those plays. This is not one of them. Right. Continue to run through the tackle. Misses it. And he goes forward for another couple of yards. Now, again, does somebody else make the tackle? Does Basham do a good job disengaging on the edge right here, coming over the top and laying a big shot? Yeah, he does. But this is an inexcusable missed tackle from May. Paired on top of a missed tackle from McClendon, which is I'll give him a little bit more leeway for. Brutal. Apparently they're working on the tackling a lot more this week, which they need to, because it was absolutely just miserable this game. The next duds that I have, we're going to get through the duds actually pretty quickly. I don't have a ton of plays on this one because we've showed them already a little bit. But the linebackers, man, the linebackers I said last week, they are slow. They are bad. Cashman out. Williamson getting worked in slowly. He's not playing a ton of reps. Mosley opting out, which apparently that photo that was taken of him was for like a year or two ago. So it was here with COVID. So somebody tried to set him up. But Ogletree bad. Like even the guys who I think could be like long-term role players like Phillips and Basham, like they're just slow. But they were not good. A lot of it was on Ogletree. Ogletree is brutally bad. And that's why when I saw him running in training camp or whatever, when he was signed, I put the gif of a sloth because he just looks so freaking slow. He's not the new age linebacker. Again, 1985, sure, maybe it would have worked out, but not now. He is not good. 80-yard TD run. A lot of things go wrong here for the Jets. So lead toss. You have the jet motion receiver right there working as an alley blocker. You have the fullback kicking out anything on the edge. So what I do want to see, okay, so there's quite a few things. Yeah. There is like four, 5, 6 players right here who I'm going to criticize. All right. We'll work through it. I don't want to spend too long on this. Few things. Let's start inside out. Oh, damn it. I don't know how I'm going to do this. All right. Henry Anderson. You see the track of the running back. You see that it's a pitch. He has to, and initially, listen, he's penetrating, so he's trying to fight to get to the inside gap. There's a little bit of a gap exchange where he's going from outside to in. McDougal's probably going to come over the top, whatever it may be, whatever the design is. So I get him being inside leverage at first right here, but you have to be smarter right here. You see the running back's track. You see the lead blocker coming to the arc block. You see his track. What does Henry Anderson need to do? He needs to continue to fight to the outside. So he tries to undercut this block, which is never going to work with this guy coming to the outside. So he needs to get his hands on and run this to the outside to either make the running back choose go inside or bounce it to the or loop to the outside, which gives people in the pursuit angles more of a better lane. Obviously, if you're stringing it out to the outside and he's taking a wider angle, you're giving these guys more time to work over the top. That's one. So Henry Anderson needs to get to the outside right here. He tries to undercut it. Bad decision. Second bad thing, Quincy Wilson. A little bit too patient out to the outside right here. Now I understand he's trying to contain the play. Ideally, what he does is he blows up the lead blocker. You see this guy coming to lead block. You're going to you're going to squeeze the run, take on the outside shoulder, cut him, and then he's forced to cut out to break it upfield. He, again, stays a little bit too patient here, allows this big hole. Now, again, if he were to come up a little bit more aggressively right here, the hole is going to be much, much smaller. So if he were to come up and take him out here, now he's forced to cut through a small gap right here and then get to the outside, which the running back having to go, if you're following my mouse, up, out would be a lot harder than him stringing to the outside and just continue to run on that plane. So he's too patient here. Henry Anderson. Okay, so those are the other two bad things. You have Ogletree, who is in pursuit angle and takes too aggressive of an angle, hey, buddy, know yourself. You're freaking slow. And he gets outrun. Take a higher angle. That's the third guy. Fourth guy, let's see McDougald. Outside run. Again, these guys should be knowing this. He gets hands-on, engages, is not able to work over the top. Again, so what I want him to do is I'm fine with him engaging in here. Engage, get your hands inside. Once he starts running to the outside right here, and you're seeing him run to the outside, disengage and start working your way back is oh shit and go into oh shit mode. He tries to shoot and it completely takes himself outside out of the play. So you need to see him just work over the top, just start working deep right here. Again, I'm not going to criticize him too hard for this one because he does get blocked. He gets out of the play, so I'm not going to kill him for that. But Ogletree, Henry Anderson, Quincy Wilson all contribute. What does I think Hewitt comes from over the top, or he works from over the top as well. He engages. He's just too freaking slow. Slowness. That's just slowness. You have Marcus May right here, who is put in a tough position. At this point, I think his angle's a little bit too flat. His angle goes flat to vertical. I want to see him again. Oh shit mode. Just start working vertically right here. You see how he's running along that 30-yard line for too long? If he were to start working up the field now, he could have potentially pushed him out of bounds or made the play. So he's too flat. You have Ashton Davis, who got a couple, first play of the game, his first rep, I think, on defense, and it was not a good rep. Guys coming to the outside. What does Ashton Davis do? Drops his shoulder into the guy and doesn't contain the outside. Ashton Davis, you see the runs coming outside. You see he's alley blocking. You have inside pursuit. Fight to get to the outside right here. Doesn't fight to get to the outside. Drops his shoulder. Takes his eyes off of the running back. So he doesn't see the running back from here till now. Because he drops his shoulder unnecessarily into this guy. Get your hands on, stack them, and work your way to the outside, So if anything, attack half the body, attack the outside half of this guy, maintain the outside leverage, make him cut inside. Because again, if he were to work to the inside, let's just say Davis. Like I said, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys on this I'm criticizing. If Davis just did his job and maintained the outside leverage, guess what? Now he's here. He has to cut it upfield, and now McDougald is there. Now Davis. Now Hewitt is there. Now Marcus May, even though he took a bad angle, now he's there. So many guys contribute on this play. It was not one guy. It wasn't 2 guys. It was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Marcus May 6, and some of them were less than others, but man, brutal. Runs for an 80-yard touchdown on the first play of the game, and you are shot, and the game is over after one play. That is not how you want to watch a football game. Continuing on. Again, stick around for Mekhi Becton. Stick around for Quinnen Williams. Stick around for Darnold. This is not the shit you want to see. But Ogletree's not going to be here in a year. Henry Anderson, these guys are not going to be here in a year. I severely doubt they're paying Henry Anderson $9 million next year when he has had no impact. And when he does have an impact, when you do see him, he's committing personal foul penalties, whether that be last year during the Buffalo Bills game, which probably lost us the game, or in this game, which I'll show, which he's a dirty player. That's what he is. Ogletree, McDougald, cover 2. Okay. Ogletree, cover 2. He's playing 2-1. And what does he do? He spot drops. He matches initially. No reroute. And they run a skinny post behind him. Ball is caught. McDougald makes a tackle. Now McDougald, he's put in a tough spot right here because he is responsible for 2 guys right here. Really, the problem with him is he can't jump so far down on this because he has responsibility for this guy too. So he kind of needs to stay over the top of both of these guys or be able to play both of these guys. So he can't cheat down so far here. So I'll give him a break on this play because it's not his responsibility to necessarily be super aggressive on this. It is his responsibility. It's 2 guys screw up here. Quincy Wilson, it's cover 2. You want to funnel inside. Quincy Wilson has inside or is heads up to inside leverage. Lets a guy get to outside of him. Barely gets a reroute. Now he's running free again. Stay outside, force him inside. Instead, now he's running to the outside right here along my mouse. He should be running here and with less momentum and not even this far up the field because he got a reroute in. You have Ogletree, who with only 2 threats needs to match to 2. What does he do? Again, no reroute, lets him get behind him, and the ball is thrown in there, and McDougald almost makes a play on the ball, but because Ogletree wasn't able to, again, turn, match hips, carry him up the field. He carried him up the field a little bit. Now McDougald's in a better spot. He tries to fit in that window. It has to be floated more over the top because he's underneath, and he's going to push him more vertical instead of breaking inside. McDougald can make the play. Gets behind him. Boom, completion. The line. If I was teams against the Jets, literally the blueprint's out there for the 2 games: run outside, attack the linebackers. Run outside, attack the linebackers. Run outside, attack the linebackers. Run a comeback or a hitch to the receivers to beat them on 3rd and shorts because they open their hips up or play too far off. It's just the defense is non-existent. Jets slow. All right. This is a play where the guy doesn't necessarily make the worst play, but they're just so freaking slow. So fullback screen, fake. You have the fake outside zone. You have use check. Somebody commented I was trying to figure it out last week. Literally, as soon as I clicked off, I was like, "Oh, it's use check." I was saying judge check last week. So use check. And this is kind of as a bad play. So you have Kyle Phillips right here on the edge who crashes down. He crashes down. Sees the actually, I think he's just trying to get a pass rush angle or just trying to contain right here. Sees the ball is dumped off. Dude, at this point, his hips are completely pointed to the left. You have pursuit from the opposite side of you. What does he need to do? He needs to shuffle, not too far because you don't want him to split and just run upfield. So he does have to maintain some type of vertical relationship to allow him to get to the inside. But you need to get more square and allow yourself to play 2 ways. What does he do? He sees it and runs completely over the top. See how related his reaction was to him going inside? You want to stay more patient right here and allow yourself to play the inside and in a position where you're kind of guessing. It's a feel of where Marcus May can play him. So get square, maintain some type of vertical relationship, but also allow yourself to play to the left. Takes 1 or 2 steps too far inside. He gets the outside of him, and you just see him slipping, and he's beat. Marcus May, runs and makes a tackle, but look how and I like Kyle Phillips again, role player, guy who could push the pocket. Maybe you could play inside a little bit, but in terms of athleticism, they lack it. Just watch him right here. It's just not there. Speed will kill the Jets. That's why I can almost guarantee, unless he comes out and shits the bed, I don't know how they're going to contain. And it sucks to say it now. Even are they going to beat the Patriots once? Are they going to be able? If Tua's in by that point, are they going to be able to beat Tua? Tua's not the most mobile guy, but can they beat him? Are they beating Kyler Murray? Yeah, I don't think so. Running quarterbacks and guys who can get to the second level are going to screw the Jets until they get more athletic. So, play 53, 3rd and 31, 55 yards, Ogletree, Austin. Okay, so this is who I'm putting this play on. Again, another lead toss. Ogletree, again, look at this area. You need to guard against this. And his eyes are not even on the running back. He sees guys working to the outside. He goes no shit mode, no awareness, and lets him cut up through this massive gap. It's massive. Why? Because Ogletree was completely undisciplined. Good job by Marcus May crashing out, even though I would have liked to see him take out the outside shoulder and squeeze out a little bit even more. I think he's a little bit too hesitant right there. But Ogletree needs to recognize that this is a huge cutback. If you get beat to the outside, that's on these guys. It's not on you. No awareness. Is not reading inside out. Goes outside in. McKinnon cuts it upfield. This is 3rd and 31, mind you. Like I said, I think there's a stat out there that says this hasn't happened in 25, 30 years to the Jets where somebody completed or converted a 3rd and 31 or longer. Maybe minus penalty. So Ogletree, absolutely freaking terrible. Then here comes Bless Austin. Again, what I've been saying, you have inside pursuit. You need to make sure he does not get outside of you. Austin takes an angle oh my God. Even if you are going to stay over the top right here, shuffle. Get your hips in position where you could lunge and shoot up the field. So even if you're staying this vertical, I'm a little bit okay with that because again, you want to protect him against shooting the upfield, but your hips need to put yourself in a position where you're making the running back cut for him. The running back sees your hips right here. We're going to speed turn and get to him. Your natural reaction is going to be to flip to the inside, and he's going to outrun you. Austin takes a terrible angle to this tackle in terms of his hips. Again, needs to open his hips up to allow him to, or get his hips more square to allow him to play either way. Takes an angle over the top, and he misses the tackle, and now he's running for a first down. So piss poor play by two of those guys. Austin is missing way too many tackles, and that's something you have to consider for cornerbacks. Guys breaking to the second level, you have to be able to make that tackle. You have to. You're one of the last lines of defense. So piss poor play, piss poor awareness by Ogletree. One, not reading the play and reading that this is he pinched down a little bit right here, so he's going to have to cut back, and just not seeing the running back's body language right here. You can see the cut coming. I didn't mean to freeze at that time. You can see this cut coming. Unless you're blind, he reacts way too slow, no change of direction, no lateral quickness, not playing his gaps correctly. And then you have Austin who comes in at a terrible angle, a little bit too high, and his hips are completely open. The defense, the linebackers, it was just so bad. I think that's it. Okay, no, we have two more for the linebackers and some other guys mixed in there, I'm sure. 58 and 72, I think it was. Hold on. All right. This is a play where, again, this is just knowing how to attack the Jets defense. It's a lot of cover one, cover two, like they're showing it. Like this is the shell. Looks like cover two. It's probably going to be cover two against Greg Williams, which is why he's not necessarily a genius. Like he's okay, but people are getting used to this. Okay. Poole's dropping to the Tampa into the Tampa role in a Tampa two. They're not hiding it right here. If the Jets play cover two at this, and you see this, do you think they're going to play cover two? The snap is showing it before. What do? They attack that vacated zone right here. This is the soft spot now of this zone. The sideline smash concepts and short routes to the sticks, stop routes are the weakness as well. What do the 49ers do? They have a smart offensive coordinator. They see it. I don't know if it's pre-snap. They change the play. They take the easy yards. You have the stop route that attacks the soft part of that defense. Good timing. Him and Nick Mullins. Nick Mullins can even get rid of it a little bit sooner. Catches it. Done. It's too easy. Yeah, too easy. Good play call. Next play, 72. I don't know why I just said too weird. All right. Hewitt missed tackle. Holy shit. Man, they're so freaking slow. Touchdown. It just never ends, man. Okay, so you have a split zone. An inside split zone. I'm going to give Avery Williamson a little bit of – he needs to play this better as well. I didn't even notice that the first time. Avery Williamson needs to notice this hole right here, and he needs to stay over the top more on this. He kind of just lets himself be blocked right here, engages and just feet kind of stall. You want to be more anticipatory of this hole. Stay over the top and fill right here. He's got to help out. You got to make a play. So Williamson doesn't play that well. You have Hewitt, who's actually initially in man coverage. You have Hewitt who's man coverage on him. You have Desir, who's in man coverage on the guy who's running underneath the formation. Hewitt notices the run. Again, what I've been talking, it's poor attacking angles and it's leverage. Like they just need to understand leverage. Pursuit angles. This is. I'm telling you, this is elementary stuff. It's really. I'm not breaking ground here. Talking about pursuit angles. You want to play outside in. in terms of tackling when guys are out to the outside. Again, one, his hips are open outside, so you want to shuffle or even start running to the outside. Guess what? He cuts inside and you miss the tackle. There's inside pursuit. What do? You stay square, you stay too far over the top, and he outruns you to the sideline. So one, the lack of athleticism and a bad angle. This is a massive hole. You have to contain the run. Get to the outside. Shoot inside. Make him cut inside. Guys from pursuit would have tackled him, whether that be, I don't know who this is, or Williamson, whether that be Mayor Williamson. Nope, doesn't happen. He stays too far over the top and inside. He runs outside and another touchdown in the running game. The running game just attacked just to the outside. I think the defense in terms of the interior defensive line, maybe even some outside linebackers have been okay in the running game, but that's the inside running game. The outside running game has been really bad. So continuing on with my first dud of the game, and again, I'm almost numb to it at this point, but Gase is my first one. I'm going to run through a couple different things that I noticed from this game and talking points that have been hashed out a lot. I'm sure you've heard about, unless this is the only podcast you listen to. If it is, great. But I don't want to go too crazy. It's all bad stuff. He's getting fired. He really has to. But Adam Gase and him coming out and not giving Darnold the freedom to sneak on 4th and 1, which is a play we'll watch, was bad. Darnold is actually a good QB sneaker. Again, if you're in a position where you're on, depending on the defensive front, bear front versus under front versus over front versus Okie front versus eagle front, whatever the front is, you have to get, or double mug, whatever. You have to, especially as a third-year quarterback, have the flexibility to call a QB sneak or change the play. So he's talking about, Darnold can change the play, and he has his freedom, and he's reacting better, and he's seeing things, and he's changing things, but you're not giving him the freedom to change a run on 4th and 1. Listen, if you come to the line, and I forget exactly what it was. We'll look at it. I don't know. Regardless, if there's a guy to the left or to the right of the center, and there's no guy threatening the A gap from either the left side A gap, the right side A gap, call a sneak, get the ball, and fall. You literally just fall forward for a yard, especially for a guy in Darnold who has been pretty successful at quarterback sneaks. For him to not have that freedom is brutal for Gase. You have to give him that freedom. Darnold said he didn't. Bad job by Gase not giving him that freedom to sneak on 4th and 1. I would sneak on every single 4th and 3rd and 1 if one of the A gaps is defined. Now, if you have a zero tech and you don't have faith in your center, maybe you don't sneak it. But if you have the center with a one technique to either side, sneak the ball in that other A gap. I don't get it. It's elementary shit. The runs on 2nd down were brutal. That happened too much this game. 1.6 yards per carry. While it was just too predictable. Like, this game was legitimately, and people I think overstated, but this game was legitimately run, pass. 1st down yards per carry, 5.8. 2nd down yards per carry, 1.6. What do good coaches do after they get 6 yards on 1st down? Now it's 2nd and 4, which is 3rd and manageable if you don't get anything. Good coaches would now either take a deep shot, whether that be a bootleg, play action, whatever it be, or you pass the ball. It doesn't have to be a deep shot, but just pass the ball. He just kept running it and running it. People are picking up on these tendencies where if he gains a couple of yards on 1st down and a run, he's going to run it again. He has no faith in the receivers, which, again, like, they are depleted, but you have to do something. You can't just keep running the ball on 2nd downs. Again, the offensive line was blocking pretty well on 1st down, 5.8, and then they just knew you're running on 2nd down, and it was 1.6, just bad. The field goal, I believe it was in the 4th quarter. In the 4th quarter, yeah, it was 3-24, or in the 3rd quarter, whatever it was 3-24. A field goal makes it 6-24. You still have to score 3 touchdowns, or 6-24. 2 and 2 is 16, so 22. So it could have been 2 touchdowns, one of them being with a 2-point conversion, and then a field goal. But you're still down 3 scores, so you're down 20 points. I believe that's what it was. You're down 20 points and you kick a field goal. So now you're down 17 points. So you still have to frickin' So you still have to score 3 times, which for the Jets offense is not likely. So you're in that reachable range of a touchdown after you drove a little bit, and you kick a field goal because you play like a coach with his tail tucked between his legs. So embarrassing from that angle. And then he comes out after the game and says that he doesn't have a lot of plays for 4th and 7. The silence is on purpose. I don't care what your weapons are. I don't care. You blame it on Perryman being injured, which is a factor. Blame it on Crowder being injured. That's a factor. Blame it on Hogan being out at that point in the game. I forget how long he came out for. That could be a factor. You're offensive coordinator for an NFL team. You're a head coach for an NFL team. You could not give up on 4th and 7 when you could still be down 2 scores in a football game. You cannot do it. That's giving up. He gives up. He is a pansy. I'm not going to say the other words I want to say. The other word I want to say with a P, but he's a pansy. 4th and 7. It's not 4th and 12. It's not 4th and 15. It's 4th and 7. You have 2 guys in Herndon and Griffin, who Herndon has disappointed, but they're capable. They're capable guys who attack the seam. Attack the seam. Attack the middle of the field. There's way too many times where Gase's offense is one, we have a few problems. It's the lack of getting Darnold on the move. It's the concepts that all break to the outside. Everything breaks outside. Break outside. It sounds rudimentary. I want to see a goddamn slant from this guy. The guy doesn't run slants. There's times where guys are playing over the top with outside leverage and the slant is open and they don't run slants. There's no slants. It's all outward breaking routes, stops, screens, 15, 20-yard concepts on 3rd and short. Like his offense is bad, is even worse than it was last year. So he's been really bad. He doesn't adjust. 4th and 7, you don't have a play you can run. You're giving up. You're not going to score 3 more times. You're just not. So, but the rest of this game, no shots down the field, little 12 personnel, no play action after first down. And then another stat, first down, the Jets are 10th in the NFL at 4.5 yards per carry. 4.5 yards per carry. The Jets the last 2 years were running on first down, and it was 2nd and 12, 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10. They couldn't get anything. The offensive line run blocking has been much better this year. The offensive line overall has been much better this year. What do? You only have 2 play action calls on 2nd down. 2. That's it. 2. You're running the ball successfully. What do people say? Rudimentary shit. Running the ball successfully on first down sets up play action on 2nd down. What are the Jets doing? They're running well on first down. They only run 2 play actions on 2nd down. What? Like, how does that? How? Never adjust. Press man coverage versus 49ers all game with the depleted cornerback room. I think they're down. Like, Mosley is their number 1 guy, but you don't have Sherman. You have a bunch of corners who are no names playing in cover 1 with no help. Do you take any shots? No. You run short concepts, short routes, short outbreaking routes, which is the perfect thing for man coverage to guard against. So you're playing into man coverage. You're letting them beat you. So that was bad. Perryman was out, so he comes in and says they couldn't take any deep shots. They were trying to get to it. They wanted to take more or run more plays. I believe it was to Herndon, but they weren't able to get to it. You weren't able to get to it. What were you getting to? Like that's his excuse. And I think the question was literally, I have it written down, why they didn't target Herndon out. Or Herndon with the wide receivers out, and he said they had stuff drawn up for him, but they weren't able to get to it. So you're just getting to the screen passes you run a million times, or the stick concepts like he does, and then running Gore 21 times. Like, listen, man, at that point in the game, get P. Ryan some more runs. Like, what are you doing? And Gore, he had some good runs, but he missed a ton of holes. So. Really bad. Just really bad game for Gase. And there's some more I can go over. That's like the stuff that's from my notes on the top of my head, but I don't want to spend too long on it. The guy just needs to get freaking fired. No adjustments, no shots downfield, no adjustments. So if he came into the game and, I'm going to run this concept because I think they're going to run cover 3, you can't see that they're running man coverage and just keep running that because you thought they're going to run cover 3. Adjust to the man coverage. Get it? It's adjustments. It's pretty easy. Good coaches adjust. Adam Gase is not a good coach, and he's an asshole on top of it. So that's great. The studs of the game. Actually, I'm going to pause real quick. All right, continuing on to the studs of the game, which is, like I said, these are the long-term guys who are going to be on the team for the most part. At least I think.
First one is a guy or the third stud of the game, obviously with first being the best, is a guy by the name of John Franklin Myers. I don't know if I put out a review of him or if I didn't when he first got signed by the Jets last year. But I remember watching some of his tape with the Rams and being relatively impressed in terms of like him being a role player and a young player who, produced relatively well. Obviously in the Super Bowl, I believe he had 2 sacks, and that's where he kind of like broke out and everybody kind of hyped him up. But I thought even before the Super Bowl, like he looked like he could be a guy to be developed as a pass rusher. So I think for him to make an impact this game in pass rushing, get a couple of quarterback hits, kind of establish himself, I think he could be a piece that we look towards the future, another long-term guy on this defensive line. You're pretty set there. Having guys like Fadokasi, like Shepard, like Phillips, Basham, maybe Franklin Myers now with Quinnen Williams, like you have a defensive front that you could work with. You need linebackers behind them who have some speed. But I was impressed with Franklin Myers this game. Like, again, getting his first legitimate snaps. I think he played some snaps to the Bills, but I'm pretty sure he played more this week. And he produced and he got hits and he made the quarterback feel it. So good job by Myers in this game, getting some quarterback hits. He's right here. He's the 4 high tech. Up the field. The right guard gets a little bit too far outside, shoots both of his hands. Good anticipatory swipe right there by Franklin Myers while obviously changing his direction. So 1 step, 2 step off of that second step. He's going to flank the inside. Again, to pull the guard outside, he's going to rush to the B gap, plant hard, swipe. He swipes and goes for the arm over, but then he looks like he's going to continue to take care of that inside arm. Rushes past him, gets the hit, but it's a completion because somebody probably played it poorly on the outside. But again, you see the speed there. Like he has some good movement skills. Like I think he's a little bit boxy in terms of his movement, but in terms of like straight line explosion, good job by him right there with the swipe and getting inside, setting up that guy. So good job by Myers. 59-68. Pressure leads to interception for Franklin Myers, which the interception was by Desir. Again, was completely a handoff of an interception, and it could have been. I think somebody actually could have got beat on this play if I remember correctly. Yeah, whoever was playing this. Oh yeah, Austin. Austin played this badly again. I remember I recorded from the review, but Austin was right here, and he was playing on whoever this is, and he was streaking, and he could have been beat. But we're focusing on Franklin Myers. 2-point stance, which he just doesn't have a hand in the ground for every limb in the ground. So 2-point stance. If you had 1 hand in the ground, it's 3-point. 2 hands in the ground, it's 4-point, just for the people who don't really know that. Rushes to the outside. So this is just more of like a display of power. It's not really anything in terms of technique-wise you necessarily want to see. I do like rushing up the arc and then turning it into like a bull rush, but it looks like he goes for another swipe and took an arm over, and it just doesn't land. Like his hands aren't the best here. There's really not a great plan or a well executed plan here, but because he rushes with so much speed and power, this guy gets blown back onto his ass. You have Mullins, who can't step into his throw because of the pressure that's coming into his face. You can see he senses the pressure, throws off of his tippy toes. The ball sails, and it lands right into Desir's arm, who runs it back. Also on the top here, you could see it. Oops, I said I moved my screen so I could see it as well. You can see on the top of this too, I believe there's a push-off. Was there a push-off somewhere? No. So it's just Austin getting beat here. I'm thinking of a different play, but good power right here from Franklin Myers. Maintains his balance, gets the hit on the quarterback, and again forces the interception because he had to throw it high because of him. So awesome job from him on that. The next one. John Franklin Myers hit Ogletree, no awareness. Wow, that's shocker. Yeah, man. Okay, so we'll do Ogletree quickly because this is more about the John Franklin Myers. So cover 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
You have Ogletree, who is in the like the hook seam. Just mention anything in this area. Obviously, there's nothing in that area, so you need to have some awareness. Obviously, your pet he sees this guy running deep. He knows he's going to match it. Now your eyes go to the number 1 or the 2 threat. The running back is breaking so far outside, it's going to be the curl to flat. So now this is handled. You pass that off. This is handled. This guy's responsible for it. The only other threat to your zone right here is the guy who is breaking into your zone right there. And you see him turn around, look at him. So this is what I want him to do. Obviously, at this point, whatever. Look at this guy. He's running deep. Don't worry about him anymore unless he sits it down. He doesn't. Eyes go to the outside. You see his eye. You see his eyes go to the outside right here. You see his eyes go to the outside and look at this guy. He's showing that he's going to break. Okay. His eyes come off of him. Now they go into the backfield. Check it. Okay. You saw him breaking. You see him to the outside. He's not a threat. He's not a threat. Now what do your eyes do? They go back to the guy who was breaking inside. That's what they're supposed to do. What does Ogletree do? Never looks back at him, runs it to the sideline, and gets beat behind him. So ideally, look, check. Nothing there. Check back. Get vertical. Get underneath of it. And clearly, if he continued to run vertical right here, he's running underneath the route. Now he doesn't throw that. He must also dump down to the flat on third, what looks like third or second down. Rally, make the tackle, and now it's either fourth down or 3rd and 5 or something like that. But Ogletree has absolutely no awareness. Terrible play. They make the tackle, 25, 26, 30-yard gain, wherever the hell it was. Frank Lemeyer's right here is the call him a loose 3. He's not usually 3s. You see them right to the outside shoulder. Again, I label it differently where I do loose, I do tight, I do 4 eyes, I do 4s, I do 5s, or some people just go like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which I don't agree with. I think there's a big difference between a 3, a loose 3, a 4 and a 4 eye. Like some people don't differentiate 4 eye between 4, which I think is crazy. But to me, he's a loose 3. He's not a 4 eye because he's not on the inside shoulder. He's not a 3 because he's on directly on the outside shoulder. So I came to the conclusion of, I looked into it a little bit more, obviously. This was a while ago. But when they're in this gray area, what is it? They're a loose 3. That's what you can call them. So loose 3 tech follows the flow of the offensive line as they're all zone stepping to the left. Steps to the left, widens. Leverage is good. Gets underneath of the pads, hands inside and underneath. Extends. Reads the running back. Oh shit, it's not a running play, but hey, guess what? I got inside of the guy's chest. Gets inside of the guy's chest, long arms him, extends him, sees that the running back is not running the ball. The offensive lineman momentum's taking him to the right side. Myers gets even lower, sinks his hips. You see he really drops that knee, sinks those hips. Really like this play. As soon as his eyes see that the running back doesn't have it, drops. Pull with just one arm. Pull, arm over. Bend past him, hit. Really nice play. Again, hands, leverage, read, pull, arm over, bend, power through contact, and a big shot. Awesome job. Awesome. So he got my second or my third stud of the game. Second stud, who is going to be, I'm going to show again. I apologize for the whole allergy thing. It's just I don't want to pause and have the show released at 12 o'clock and then have a short shelf life. So you're gonna have to work through it. As am I. I did do the Colts Cup on purpose, by the way. This is from when I went to Indy. Beautiful stadium. I think that was my favorite so far. That in Tennessee. Like Tennessee, the stadium is not as nice as Colts, but like the area outside of it is awesome. Obviously, it's freaking Nashville. So Becton, highest rated rookie offensive lineman again, offense in general. Again, I don't play too much into the grading stuff. I know there are still some people out there who I've been trying to convince to go against Pro Football Focus who still look at Pro Football Focus, but he was the highest graded offensive rookie.
God damn, maybe I'll pause and take a nasal spray. I don't know what the frick is going on. But highest graded rookie again. And he balled out. Like, there are some plays, again, I'm going to show that I'm going to criticize him two-hand punching a little bit too high. His hips open a little bit too soon. But considering that he had no preseason, a limited training camp, was working against jag pass rushers, let's be honest, like Jordan Jenkins might be a little bit above average, a little bit, but that might be a little bit Jets fan bias, a little bit more glass half full than glass half empty. Type deal, which I've never heard of a person say glass half to empty, by the way. I've never heard anybody say that in like an actual real life situation. It's usually like half full. So that's I get the saying, but has anybody ever heard somebody say a glass half empty? I don't know. But he balled out again for everything concerning this offseason. For the fact of him coming from Louisville, not taking a ton of pass sets. You can't expect him to play really any better than he is. I was ecstatic with how he played. I was ecstatic with how he played week one, pancaking guys, not getting beat, not letting up pressures, not letting up sacks, throwing guys. Like, oh man, he was the right pick. And we're seeing him, if he continues to build on his technique, like I said, he could be very, very good with just having decent technique because of how big he is. If he continues to prove on his technique, which he already has decent technique, which is why he's so good already. So I think he's already towards the track of being a Pro Bowl player year one. If he continues to work on his technique and makes it good technique, he's going to be an elite player. And from based on the first 2 weeks, people talk about Brick and all this stuff, but he has a much higher ceiling than Brick, than Wirfs, than Wills, than Thomas, and all these guys. And there's people who are saying he's a top 10 left tackle in the league through his first 2 games. Now he has to prove it more to me for me to definitively say that, but you really can't have a better start for a rookie at this point. So fantastic job by Becton. Just overall, you really can't be happier. So here, set against Bosa. The one thing I would like to see change here, and again, these are like some like the highlights where he's never going to go over the negatives, but that Bosa is going to have to take more of an inside angle because of Herndon right here, unless he goes to the outside of Herndon, which you'd have to open up. But most likely he's going to go inside of Herndon. So in my opinion, I would like to see him frame himself a little bit better, where he gets a little bit too far outside. He gets a little bit too far outside, and then Bosa stabs outside and tries to get inside, and Becton is forced to reach a little bit. You see how he is reaching for contact a little bit, and he's a little bit too far to the outside. Bosa wipes the hands away, but you have Becton, who has really good movement skills and is able to match him horizontally, get lateral. Looks like he works that right hand. The right hand is now inside. He uses that right hand as that contact point, and then lets that right hand carry him inside, gets horizontal, gets lateral, and shuts down the rush. Look at this. Tight. He's lower than Bosa with both hands inside and locked. He has that quarter turn going, everything. Like, you don't want to be locked out like this. You want to, when you're punching a guy, and this is why they say to punch and you slightly turn your hand like this if you're watching, because what that does, and it's so small, but it activates your scapular muscle in the back. I believe it's your scapular muscle in your back. This is stuff you're getting only here, in my opinion. Maybe other film shows for those teams, but not anywhere else for Jets. So doing that quarter turn, both it activates your back muscle. And then when you grab a guy, you also want to go thumbs out too, because it locks your arms. So a lot of guys will punch and they won't lock their arms out. But when you punch guys and you lock out, again, it's making harder for them to break that grip. It creates more power when you lock out like that. So we see him do some of these things. Again, a little bit too far to the outside. I want to see him frame him a little bit better. I want to see less two-handed punches. Again, he's doing a little bit too much. So at this point, you'd want to see him stay a little bit more patient with his feet. Left hand to the outer pec, and then right hand underneath, and that's when your guy's completely locked up. So I think that would be better. But this is how what happens. He almost gets beat inside, but because he has really good elite, he's elite athleticism considering size and movement skills. So Bosa starts to go inside. He matches him, gets the hands on. Bosa tries to get outside now that Darnold's kind of drifting to the outside, and look at him. lower and tighter. Lower and tighter. Again, you don't want to be out really far and a guy moving moving far out like this, because it shows the refs they see this big herky jerky movement. They're going to call holding. When you have a guy tight into you and you're holding them really tight, you have less holding calls, and you have more strength. Again, try to hold a gallon of milk out, extend it as long as you can. Maybe you'll last for a minute, maybe 2 minutes. If you do some shoulder workouts, now hold a gallon of milk really tight to you with your elbows almost by your ribs. You're going to be able to hold that gallon of milk for a lot longer over time. So just thinking about it really simply from a general person standpoint, even though I don't know how long you're holding out milk, but you get the point. So let's see the next play. 14-15, got 2 in a row. That's easy. 14-15, 33. Can I remember that? Probably not. 14. Yes, I will openly crap on myself. Becton block, especially when I got so many things running through my head to these plays. I'm always like, oh, okay, 14, 15, 33, 47, 86. I'm like, okay, got it. I get through 14. I'm like, was the next play 15? So this is a mixture. Like this is actually good play design, which is rare. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to say that. There are good play designs. Gase just doesn't know how to use other plays. He gets stubborn. He doesn't know when to do plays. But you have trips right here. Against man coverage, this is a perfect call. You have this guy who's going to press the point, and then you got straight man coverage behind that. They don't even play inside out, which like usually you'd see like a jambo, or at least that's what I call it, where this guy presses the point and then these two guys play inside out on these two guys who are back in this formation, but they just go straight man where they're locked up no matter what, which is not the best call, but this is the perfect call against that. You have the point man who's taken inside. You have the outside, the number one press vertical and into the slot, and then you have the slot guy, the inside slot, break outside, and it's a wide open play. So good play design against man coverage. Again, this is one of those plays where it's pretty much the perfect call versus defense. Now, if they did play like a true jambo, what would have happened would have been he takes him, he would have sent him angling inside, so he would have matched him, and then he would have stayed over the top, and it would have been shut down if they played that. But they're not playing that. So he goes vertical. The inside guy tries to match the inside slot. He runs into the vertical receiver. Easy play, catch for Hogan, and a first down. So good job by Darnold hitting him. Again, these are plays where like, oh my God, Darnold, nice completion. Listen, I'll give credit where it's due. You guys know that I am really, really fair. If you don't make this play, there's a big problem. So this is a gimme play I'm not really giving Sam any positives. If anything, I don't think the feet were the best. You see that again, and this is for Becton actually, this play, but look at the footwork. So yeah, he's going towards the sideline, but like now he's stepping like it's like a negative step. It's not even like he's not even just opening. He's stepping behind his plant foot. So I think the hallway is good, but his hips are completely like this is all arm again. This is all arm. You could see how much arm that is. It's all upper body. He gets it there, good zip, but let's look at Becton now, which is the point of this play. Good base, good bend, drag hand, good relationship to Lewis, who actually I think played. I would give him a positive of this game. I think he was one of the good offensive linemen. I think if anything, McGovern's been slightly disappointing. I don't think he played terribly, but he did have a bad player too. Van Roden he's been okay, but he has like plays where he's like inconsistent, where he'll block a guy, play really well, then the next play blow a block on 4th and 1. Fant he got bowled a couple times by Armstead, but overall still positive for me. Fant is playing how I expected him to play, and I think he can continue to grow, getting more starts, getting more reps under his belt, because I think he could be a decent right tackle, which is fine because then you have some guys going to the future. I think with Becton, with McGovern, with Fant, you have the long-term guys there in terms of the next 2-3 years, depending on
the development of Clark and Lewis, maybe you have your left guard, but I think you're going to bring at least another offensive lineman or two in next year, whether that be one starter, one backup, or two starters, or whatever it be. But I don't think Douglas is done. I think he'll be done when this is a top 10 unit, not just a solid or decent unit. Like right now, they're probably like the 20th, 21st, 22nd offensive line, which again, going into this year, we expected them to start off really, really slow and build into being that 22nd, 21st offensive line. They, to me, are seemingly already there, which after no preseason, all that stuff is really impressive. So I think they're going to continue to improve. I think Lewis played well. So this is the best offensive line they had in a couple of years, which is sad to say, but Becton's making a huge difference. I think McGovern, who's been disappointing, but is not a liability like Wesley Johnson, Jonathan Harrison, Spencer Long, Ryan Khalil is an upgrade, even though he hasn't been great. Fant has been better than any right tackle they've had. He's been better than Shell, better than Udoga, better than any of those. Breno Giacomini, obviously. So they're taking steps in the right direction. They'll continue to build it. That's the biggest thing that Douglas focused on, and it clearly upgraded, which is a huge positive. So good relationship, stays square, good bend. He's not opening his hips. His hips are square to the line of scrimmage with his drag hand, just in case they are trying to penetrate the B gap on like a stunt or whatever it may be. Lines up the D end really well. Again, too many two-hand punches, but he lands them. Or see, like the one slips. See what I say with his hand lining too high? You see how his hand actually lands to the face mask and it slips off? Remember, and this is another scenario. Remember last week where I talked about the hand landing too high and either slipping over top of the shoulder or not having as much force. It's like surface area. So you want to attack the most surface area. That's where you shoot for the chest. You aim for the chest because there's a lot more surface area, and that's not really the same because that's just your best chance of hitting a target, really. But the more you want to aim for the bigger parts of the body because that generates more force and kind of multiplies your force. Where if you hit the shoulder, the surface area is not as big, so you're not going to create as much pushback against them. So this time his hand lands high, his left hand slips off. So now it's only really his right hand. Now he is able to readjust and shove this guy to the outside. So good job. Just, it's not necessarily with the punch. It's the discipline of him staying tight, him staying square. Again, want to see hands lower, want to see less two-handed punches, but he is able to shut that rush down. Darnold hits his guy, boom. Continuing on, going to play 15. I went back and checked. I'm going to be honest. I knew it was 15, but it's natural for me to go back and check. So I did go back and check. 15, McGovern, Fant, bad block, Becton block. So this is 2 good, 1 bad. This is where Gore's and like seeing stuff too. So let's talk about the bad first. So you have a tight zone to the right side. Now people might say, "Oh, well, if it's going, to the left side." Center's rules, like, it can be different for any offense. If it's zoned to the left, if he doesn't have a 0, 1, or even somebody who's like a 2, he doesn't have to go to the right. Now he's gonna be locked on the backside. So it might look like he's going back for like a duo, wherever it may be, but that's the rules of offensive linemen. Like you have the 90, 50, 10 rule. Nothing in the 90, nothing in the 50. So he's going to go back. Like that's a misconception of inside zone, tight zone, is that everybody has to zone step. If he doesn't have anything on the side to block against, he's going to go back. So this is a tight inside zone or inside tight zone, whatever you want to call it. So there's 2 things he needs to do. Obviously, if this guy is to penetrate, he's in a place where he could block against that. If he is to shoot this way, Van Roten's there. So McGovern needs to stay more patient and just protect against this guy coming over the top. McGovern opens his hips up too much. The guy comes over the top, scrapes across his face, shoots the A gap. So McGovern needs to work more vertical than out, not out then vertical. He really needs to just protect the play side, cover the gap. He doesn't need to create a lot of force here. So you don't take a really hard, near step, on step to do that. You really want to kind of just creep up, run your feet. Instead, he drop steps with the right, which drop steps and opens his hips up. Again, going horizontal, then vertical before he goes vertical, then horizontal. So he gets his face crossed. Not a good play by McGovern. Same thing with Fant. It's pretty similar, obviously a little bit different, but He just needs to block him back. So he needs to work vertical, then outside. He doesn't want a guy to scrape across his face. He opens up. Now his hips are open. It's going to make it easier for this guy to go over the top instead of getting vertical. He goes over the top, throws almost like a rip into an arm over, but the rip doesn't land. So he just goes right into an arm over and brings him right into the gap. So these two guys blow up the run. But Gore could have also played better against this, because Gore could have seen this quick penetration. If he continues to read this, look, you got hat on hat, you got hat on hat. Take this angle. So again, you see that quick penetration. You have to continue to read the play. I know he shows a drop and go to the backside, but you have to recognize what's happening. This guy's crashing inside. His helmet's inside. Listen, Becton did a good job. Becton and Lewis are doing a great job. Becton takes that near step right there. They go. They're using the Crowler technique, where they're both taking inside. This is the Crowler like block, where they're both taking inside steps first. They're splitting the guy, 2 shoulders against him. They're going to push him upfield, and then react to the linebackers. So you have Becton and Lewis who work on that combo. Lewis scans. He's really looking for the linebacker right here, but he sees number 93 or whatever. I think it's 93, beating McGovern across his face. So Lewis picks it up. So good job by Lewis working with Becton, noticing that guy, picking him up, and Becton does a good job getting his hands inside and then driving him inside. Look, now, is this the biggest hole in the world? No, but it's bigger than this hole. So I want to see Gore recognize that, get to the outside, and just put his head down and get, instead of I think it's like a loss of 2. Yeah, I think it's going to be a loss of 2. It could have been a gain of maybe 2-3. It's the little things that matter, though. So he should have seen this guy penetration. Like, he's reading it here. Hat on hat, or hat outside, hat inside, and him going to and Griffin inserting to block. The Jets are doing a lot of this, by the way, with the 2 tight end sets, with in terms of blocking, at least with the wing set, the inside blocking outside with this guy inserting as like a lead blocker on these zone plays. So good job by Becton creating movement, getting his hand inside, driving, and Gordis doesn't see it. Also, another guy I will give credit to is Wesco, who I put in my positives this game. He's blocking a DN right here. Now, does he have the prettiest technique? No, he's coming from low. His hands scoop from below right here, as you can see. But he's able to cover the gap. His hips are covered. He's not going to get his face crossed right here. He stands his ground. He has good leverage. And he locks up the DN. He's resetting his hands. He's fighting. He's staying square. He has a good base. He's working off his insteps. Like, good block by Wesco right there, man. It's a little stuff. Good job by Wesco. Good job by Lewis. Good job by Becton. Bad job by McGovern. Bad job by Fant, and bad job by Gore reading this play. Again, this instead of this. It's the little stuff. 33. Becton Fant blocks. All right. Let's give another tight zone, weak tight zone from the Jets. A lot of guys do a really good job on this play. A lot of them. This is a lot of Gore on this play. So let's start from I guess left to right. Let's start with Becton. So Becton, obviously, he's doing more of this than I thought he would in the NFL. He's taking more of these zero steps, which I thought they'd eliminate a little bit from college, because it kind of makes you cross your feet a little bit. But I guess they just trust his strength, because even if you catch Becton with his feet crossed, he's still going to be pretty strong. So he's 0 steps, and he doesn't want to get too far outside for this guy to shoot the B gap. So he's 0 steps to stay inside, tight relationship to the guard. Shoots his hands with good timing, uses his length, lands his hands inside. Circular force, extension.
circular force, extension, throws Greenlaw to the outside, continues to run him down, lands his right hand inside, and literally is blocking him off the screen. Great job by Becton. Lewis. He takes his zone step, drop step, hands inside, extends, runs him outside, and lets himself go outside. That's the good thing about zone is, like, if he's going to play to the inside, then you expect the core to read that, keep him to the inside. If he's going to string it along, if he's going to stay to the outside, then guess what? Get extension and extend him. You see that circular force there again from Lewis. He gets his right hand into the armpit, so good hand placement. Circular force drives him outside. He's defining the gap. So you don't want to keep Gore guessing. If he's going outside, throw him outside. So good job by him. You have McGovern. Zone step, hands inside. Hands inside. He gets extended. He resets his right hand. Continues to run with 93. So all these guys on the front side do a good job. Now you have Fant, who Fant on the backside, the right tackle, who does a great. This is a scooch technique I was talking about. So you see the right or the left foot right here go back. It actually goes backwards and horizontal. Right foot backwards and horizontal. This is what I'm saying. He's losing a little bit of ground vertically to gain ground horizontally to cover the play side gaps. Which again, with zone, it's more about positional leverage. It's not about physical leverage. Obviously, you want both, but you need to get in front of guys. You need to cover gaps. So, Fant, quick feet, scooch technique. Guy leans into it. Circular force throws him into the ground. Great scooch technique right there from Fant. Quick off the line, good technique. Like to see his hands a little bit less load up in his hands. You really like to see that right hand land into the body, but it's okay. He obviously does a good job. Now, Van Roten, I would like to see him get to the second level right here with a little bit more control. Obviously, you want to see him block Warner right here, get his left hand inside, block Warner, and then turn him out. He obviously doesn't land his hand inside, and Warner's able to drop his hips and shed him. He turns back around to block Warner, but guess what? That's the one block that wasn't great on this play. Like, great block, good or decent block, really good block, really good block. So Gore, he reads it correctly, but guess what? You need to have enough power and contact balance to be able to break a tackle to your ankles. Because guess what? This is a big hole, and you're expected as a running back, at least in my opinion, to break a tackle, a leg tackle. Like, it's, this is just working through traffic. And if he were to stay light on his feet right here, which I want him to raise his knees a little bit, raise your knees, high knees, and stay light on your feet, then guess what? If he breaks this tackle, is it a house call? I don't know. Can Gore outrun this guy? To Gore's right, to our left on the screen? I'm not sure, but it's a much bigger run than it was. So great offensive line block. Or sorry, there's a deep safety there. So now he runs for an extra 5 yards. Lowers his shoulder to I think 20 is a read. I'm not sure exactly, to be honest. I don't think it's read actually. Lowers his shoulder, gets an extra 5 yards. So he needs to break that tackle. So again, Becton, Fant, Lewis, all really good jobs. McGovern did an okay job here, or decent job, and Van Roten, negative play, not overly negative. You do want to see him stick with that linebacker for sure. So that's more on that's a play where, again, it's more on the running back than it is on the offensive line blocking, because that could have been much bigger than it was. 4 more plays left of offensive line, or at least of Becton. I know there's more plays of Sam Darnold and stuff that I have Becton up there. Becton block. Okay. All right. So again, a lot of lead zone type plays for the Jets. Becton. And I got to run. I don't know. I feel like this has been a while. We're already going for a while. So Becton, another 0 step. More zero zone step. Again, balanced. But the biggest thing that I'm noticing here on this play, and I think with the last play too, is last year when he was 0 stepping with the with Louisville, he was crossing. So now he's zero stepping, and even though his feet are getting kind of tight together, they're not crossing over each other. So that's an improvement I've noticed already. That even though he some of his footwork is the same, he is not following up with a big cross. Because at Louisville right here, he would do this, and then these feet would cross, which would not generate as much power. Now he's zero stepping, and he's making sure to get this foot in a tighter fashion to this foot, not crossing over, and creating power that way. So he's improved his zero step and getting out on guys, lands his hands, circular force, and freaking throws this guy to the ground and pancakes the shit out of him. Great job. That is just power. Circular force. Throws him to the ground, destroys him. One-on-one, Becton can't do better than that. You have Lewis, who does a good job, like more of like a scooch technique here from him. Left foot drops, works horizontal before working vertical, breaches him on the front side, blocks him, gets in front of him. I don't care that he gets tossed like that, because look at what he does. On a zone play, he gets positional lever like he should be doing. So good job working horizontal, losing the gain, gets in front of him. Good job by McGovern getting to the second level. This linebacker wants to run outside, let him run outside. So again, those three guys, good job. I would say even a good job by Greg Van Roten right here to get in front of his guy. It's a fight to it's a fight to stay blocking him, but Warner just is able to obviously able to scrape over the top and make the tackle. I would want to see Fant here work quicker to the second level. This guy's had us to the outside. You guys are going to the outside on this lead zone. I want to see him cut off Warner here a little bit earlier. So I think he's a little bit too slow to go to the second level. I think he's a little bit too focused on the first level. Would have made a difference if he left a little bit sooner. Maybe not. But I do want to see him leave a little bit sooner, because again, you have McGovern, who does a good job. Like he could try to cut this guy off, but he's going to clog the gaps, so he lets him run outside. You have Lewis with a good reach. You have Becton, who freaking pancakes the shit out of a guy. You have Wesco, who again is tripped up in the hole a little bit, but Wesco is doing a really good job as a blocker, both from as a Y, as in those wing sets, as a fullback, as an H back, and he again works vertical, then horizontal, and gets out on his guy. There's one guy in this hole, but this is a big hole, minus one guy. So if he could, if Fant was able to get to that second level, or if Gore was able to break that tackle, it could have been a big play. So good job by the offense. Again, the offensive line, the run blocking is much, much better than it was last year, in my opinion. So 60, 61, 80. Let's see if I can remember the last three. 60, 61, 80. All right. Oh, I don't have the other view of this. Did I really screw this up? I might have. Shit. All right, whatever. So I'll explain it anyway. So this is for Becton. I should have had the other view, because you can really see him pancake this guy, but he obviously is faking like it's a zone play. So he steps inside and then gets outside to block the alley for the reverse right here. So he has to get out there quick, gets his hands on 24 and drives him back. And he ends up pancaking him, as you can see right here. So just watch this right here. We'll just watch Becton the whole time. We'll go over the other stuff quickly, but step inside. You obviously want the defense to bite, and if he was a release right outside here, you didn't know something was up. So steps inside, gets outside, gets hands on, drives him. He ends up on the turf. I should have the other view. We could see the whole thing. And this is what I love from Becton. More than the block, he's on his knees. This guy gets back up. He's not going to give up on the play. He gets up and dives, falling to his knees to try to get another block. That little shit right there shows me how dedicated you are. He doesn't just, I blocked my guy, he's running to the outside. Nope. My guy tries to get up. I'm going to try to get up to continue my block, dropping to his knees, diving to get another block on his guy. Absolutely love it. I want to see more of this from Gase, though, like more creativity. Listen, you don't have the receivers to win one-on-one on a go route, one-on-one on a post, one-on-one on a dig. Show some creativity that you apparently have if you're, some mastermind, which he's not. But
fake the zone into a speed option. Like, this is nice. You're faking like a duo run, whatever it may be, duo inside zone into a speed option. So now the defense is, oh shit, they faked the handoff. Now it's definitely a speed option because you're not going to see two fakes on one play. Not a speed option. It's an end around. Malone does a good job of avoiding this guy getting, losing ground and gaining ground type shit. Loses it. Becton pancakes his guy, and Malone is now on the 10-yard line, gets tackled. So good play, good block by Becton, etc. Okay, this is a play where I'm going to criticize Gase a little bit. Again, he's going to get fired, so I don't want to kill him, or I don't want to spend too long on him. But again, man coverage. You're showing it's man coverage. He ran this concept, I don't know how many times this game, but at least like 10 times this season. Maybe I'm overreacting a little bit, but he's ran this play too much where he has the outside guy push vertical and this guy break into the flat. Push vertical, break into the flat. Push vertical, break into the flat. You see it all the time, which is a good call against man defense, but you can't run it all the time where guys are expecting it. So one, I want to see better execution. I want to see Hogan, like, whether it be skip release, hop step, whatever, diamond release. I want to see him press more outside and then press more outside to get this corner to react to the outside to get the inside open and then push vertical and hold his line. So I want to see Hogan work more vertical here. As you can see, he kind of he breaks inside, really quickly, which keeps him at a really flat angle, the corner, so he's able to work over the top. So I want to see him push more vertical here to really screw up the corner and make him decide over the top or underneath, where you're making his decision for him. He's not going to cut underneath of how low this is, so he's going to go over the top. So you kind of blow up. He doesn't do a good job setting the play up right there in Hogan, in my opinion. I also want to see Darnold get rid of this ball now instead of now. Because if he were to get rid of the ball now, he gives the receiver a chance to turn upfield and evaluate and break the tackle instead of him throwing the ball, catching the ball, and being tackled immediately. So I want to see Darnold quicker on the trigger right here to throw this ball. And then Becton too, which I don't have the other view of this. I should have got it, but he reaches on the backside. So obviously it's a rollout to the right. So Becton wants to get the positional leverage to the inside to cover the inside gaps. You don't want the inside penetration. Becton, quick feet, left hand on the shoulder pad, right hand inside, continues to work his hips, uses this right hand as a pivot point. So he's going to shoot the right hand and work around it, circular force to get himself positional leverage in the front of this defender, and works and torques him inside. If you're watching Becton. So good job landing that right hand inside. Good job working his feet. You see how he's shuffling his feet right there? There's not a lot of crossover. Oh, it's pretty. He's getting real good, folks. So he crosses his feet right there to cover ground quickly, but at this point gets his hand inside and he shuffles to cover the ground. He's going to be good. It's definitely nice to see. Next play, 80. We got some other plays too. We got a good chunk of two other guys coming up next, and then we'll pretty much run through the rest of the show. Again, I know these are going to be some 3.5 hour shows. I don't want to make them 4. Is 4 versus 3 too much? I don't know. You guys tell me. Becton block. Okay. Again, man, he's locking people up. Like, look at this play. So this is later in the game. Drag hand comes out. Good base, good choppy steps. Again, you don't see like Andrew Thomas. You don't see his helmet popping up and down. You see his helmet is pretty much on one even plane. His feet are maintaining a nice distance from each other. He's not heel clicking. He has a nice knee bend. He's lower or even to the D end, who I'm sure is not 6'7". Frames him well. This outside leg is pretty much splitting him. He's tight inside, so he's not going to get beat to the inside. So he doesn't open his hips up too soon. He's relatively square. Shoots his hands with good timing. Lands his right hand into the chest. It gets lower. This guy attempts to bull rush him. What does Becton do? Alternates the hands. You don't want to get bull rushed and take both arms off because now you're really going back. You want at least one arm fighting against them, and then you want to alternate. 1, 2, 1, 2, whatever. You don't want both hands off. That's never what you want to do. He gets bull rushed. He feels that coming. Left hand maintains contact. Right hand comes underneath. Alternation. Now he gets into his bridge. So he hops back in his you'd see him hop back right here. So bull, reset the right while he hops back. Jump back, work off your insteps. Now if he continues to push you, work those insteps and work your bridge, which is when you're locked out like this, like he is right now. So that's the bridge when I call when you're straight up, but you're really torquing your back up like this, and working your power upwards. So again, bull rush, you don't want to push versus push, which Becton could push versus or push versus push because he's a monster. But when a guy's pushing you, you want to lift to deflect that force upwards. So now when you're lifting up, his force starts to go up into the air instead of right through you. So if that makes sense. So good job getting into his bridge, good hands. Darnold dumps it off to Balaj, and Balaj runs for however many yards, who cares? So awesome job by Becton. Getting into the next stud, which I'm going to pause and talk about because old Joey boy's going to eat some lunch and then get back into this because these shows are a while, and I'm going to get into that in a little bit. But the first one, I'll make you wait a quarter of a second while it's about to be 30 minutes for me. All right, and we're back. First start of the game, Quinnen Williams. At first I actually put Quinnen Williams and Becton tied. Becton, like I said, there were some things he can clean up on, and there's some things I'll show. The high hands, the extending guys without running through his hands are some things I want to see differently. Overall, still really, really, really good game from Becton, but just a great game from Quinnen Williams. 7 tackles, 2 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback hits. Just he balled out. This is his best game as a pro, and this is the guy that I thought he was going to be. I'm hoping this is the guy he continues to be. I said it last week. I think he would be more of this guy if they continue to play him like he was playing this game, where it was more single gap penetration instead of him being involved in a bunch of stunts and twists and things like that. I don't think that's the strength of his game. That's, that stuff is for offensive or defensive lines who don't like, and obviously in the right situation, the right call is going to lead to an easy sack, but you want to do less of that stuff when you have really talented defensive linemen. Just let them win their one-on-one matchup. And I think that's what Quinnen Williams can do and, did do this game. So, Q pressure, Wilson missed tackle. Okay, so again, comes off the line. They're faking the play action, so the left guard is reaching him. Q comes off the ball low, attacks, comes off the ball low, attacks, hands inside, extends. The center tries to continue to push him. Which he misses the block. He should stay on that. But Quinnen Williams is super freaking low. Super low. Power. Bends. And runs down the quarterback and gets the pressure. So good job with his hands. Good job extending. Good power. Good bend. And then the chase down to attempt to get the quarterback who dumps it off. To whoever that is. Catches the ball. Quincy Wilson, missed tackle. Hewitt brings him down. All right. 8, 9, 17. 8. All right. Let's see. Tackle for loss of Jenkins. Okay. He is the one tech. Again, and he backdoors this, where he was lined up in the A gap, but his assignment was probably the backside A gap. So he was going to always take the step to cross the face of the center because they had somebody else who was responsible for this gap, whether that be Poole or Hewitt, who's going to come over the top or whatever it might have been. So he takes that step. Again, good feel for the blocking scheme. Everybody's flowing to the offense's left, the defense's right. Gets his hands inside. Backdoors him. So hands inside. He's flowing to this side. So now the B gap is going to be open. Arm over. And his eyes are on the running back too, which is good. So contact, eyes on the running back, sees at his angle. It's going wide, so he needs to get off regardless, but arm over, scrapes in the line, tackle. Good job by Jenkins too right here, who engages with the left guard. Left guard, hands inside. Again, low, runs him into the backfield. Look how far he pushes him back. 2-3 yards. Right into the running back's track. So if Jenkins didn't push him farther back, the running back could have, continued outside and cut upfield. But because he pushed him in his track, now the running back is forced to cut upfield, which allows Quinnen Williams' decision to be right as he, like I said, stacked and armed over. Jenkins disengages, tackles. Good job by both guys right there. And they swarm him. Q sack. All right. Again, just let him penetrate. Just let him go versus one guy. This is what I want from the Jets defense more. I don't like with guys like Basham, guys like Franklin, guys with like Jenkins, Phillips, Fadokasi, Shepard. Sure, let them stunt. When Quinnen Williams is in, and you have to build your defensive game plan around him, or maybe one side of the defense stunts and does all that stuff. Let Quinnen Williams just go by himself. Just let him do what he does. And I'm hoping this is much more of the player we're going to be seeing. Going against Laken Tomlinson, I believe this is him, who's still pretty solid. Again, comes off of the ball low, or comes off the ball actually relatively high, lowers into contact, hands inside, is bull rushing Laken Tomlinson back. He goes to get into his anchor. Yep, he's throwing his feet back to get into his anchor. Williams feels that. Bull jerk, arm over, uses like that ice pick where he's going to push off. Is falling down, but dives for the sack. And in my mind, I see the sack, and then I'm like, oh my God, the whistle's not blown. Oh my God, the whistle's not blown. And then I see Basham hit the quarterback. I'm like, oh, freaking penalty. Williams' sack doesn't count. That's exactly what I thought. I was kind of like, I was surprised they didn't blow the whistle and throw a flag right here. But it's their fault for not blowing the whistle when his knee is clearly down and he got contacted. But really good job by Williams with his leverage, staying low, and then with the bull jerk, turning the corner, sack. Awesome job. All right. Next play. Q and Fadokasi. Blow up run. All right, they're in a bear front. The 0 and 2 3s. They're running a counter OT or counter GT. Q penetrates. The center blocks back to Q. Q is right here. He blocks back to Q. Q is low enough. You feel that contact coming, drops his shoulders. He just drops his shoulders slightly, lessens the contact surface area of his chest to the center who's blocking back, works through that contact. You can see him right here, throw the rip. Rips through, tackle for loss. So really good power through his bend and power through contact right here. And just the smarts right here to dip his shoulder and throw that rip to work against the offensive lineman's arm. And what that's doing is if the offensive lineman is trying to get his left hand onto the chest of Q is now, I don't know if you can see my arm in the camera, but Q is now lifting that arm up. So now obviously you're not as strong with your arm up as you are with your arm like that. So good job ripping it and clearing the hand, bending, tracking the running back, sack or tackle for loss. I mean, again, Fadokasi does a good job as well. Who initially steps to the right, sees the down block or the back block from the right guard, drops his head into it, lands his hands inside, power, just like look how freaking
Fatukasi is a monster inside. Gets inside of him and lifts him off of his feet right here. Like quite literally. You see the left foot actually go into the air. Extend him. Maintain that contact. Good job. Like a lot of guys will just like extend right here and then try to scrape over and scrape over the top. But good job by Fatukasi maintaining that contact. Transitioning hands. This is awesome too. I even like I said, I record them pretty quickly, but extending, getting over the top, and then switching arms. So you don't want to just lift up somebody and then let them reset, which is what Becton is going to work on a little bit. But you want to throw them and extend and keep working through them. And then when you are trying to scrape over the top, you want to extend because you don't or switch and transition the hands because you don't want him to be able to get into your chest or get in front of you. So really good hand work right here. Like I said, dipping into that, hands inside, power, smarts, gets it on it. Awesome play by both of those guys. That is top notch. Play 20. All right, Q tackle for loss. Another bear front from the Jets. They run a lot of these bear fronts. Q is the 3 tech. Again, I think he's better at 3 tech, 2 tech, 4 tech than he is at 0, just because you want him working in space a little bit more. The tighter you get inside, the more crowded it's going to be. Guards, centers, pulling tackles, whatever it may be. So I want to see him more. I want to continue to see him the most at 3 tech. Again, comes off the ball, sees the blocker coming, good leverage, fires right into the offensive lineman who has no chance to get his hands on Q. So he fires right into him. Hands inside, extends, is reading the running back, sees the running back's track, transitions, so he has both hands on, transitions to get outside, runs him down, throws him to the ground. So again, the initial pop of him coming off the ball quickly towards the offensive line with good leverage and extending him. Now the offensive line is shit mode. He doesn't have any hands on. Q sees the track with that toss, angles himself to be able to get outside. The running back tries to cut up inside of him. Q is still able to grab him by the hips and toss him to the ground. Awesome freaking play again. He killed it this game. So definitely a huge positive for Jets fans, for fans like me who thought his college tape was elite. This is the type of stuff I was seeing in college. So he needs to continue. Where is he here? Oh, okay. All right. So he's a 3 tech again. Another bear front. They run this like return motion. He turns into like an orbit motion. Q again, and this is him against Trent Williams, who you saw the videos of week 1 destroying a linebacker, and who's one of the top left tackles in the league when he's healthy. He's still really, really legit. He's only like 31, 32 years old, so he's still in a good age for tackles. He comes off the ball and tries to block down on Q to keep him to the backside because they're running whatever the hell they call this run. I don't see this very, very often, but it looks like it's going to be almost like a duo with a guy leading the arc blocking just in case he cuts out. But obviously, it becomes really wide with Basham taking on the sifter right there with the fullback. May does a good job maintaining his outside leverage. Q chases him down, tackle for loss along with May. So again, Q just. This, like I said, him firing off the ball and taking guys one-on-one is where I want to see him. Not, okay, well, I have to rush and then I have to loop around, or I have to nose dive into this guy to allow my looper. Like, too much thinking. Just let him attack guys, attack gaps. Lower. Hands are lower. And I'm thinking right now that based on Trent Williams trying to block down on him, he's thinking that the run is trying to go off of Trent Williams' hips or left hip, so he has a good feel for the run. Hands inside, plants, throws Williams to his side, disengages, finds the running back, chases him down, boom. And there it is again.
tackle for loss. Next play, his next sack of the game. Like I said, he was pretty dominant, which is awesome. Again, he had 2 sacks. We had 3 last year, so I don't expect to get 2 sacks every game. But if you can get a sack every other game for a defensive lineman, that's pretty damn good. So let's hope he racks up for 10 sacks this year. That'd be awesome. That's a huge positive. Him and Becton going into next year, Darnold proves it. Like, you have some young guys to build around. They just needed a lot more things. So Q sack, blown coverage. Okay, so I don't know what happens with the Jets coverage right here. I'm pretty sure this is on Austin. I'm not sure, just because they do run it, and it's hard to tell exactly what the coverage is. If Jesus, I just ate something. Now my nose is running even more. Sorry, guys. So it's hard to tell exactly what it is, just because of the so it looks like it was probably a Tampa 2. I'm just not sure where the other Tampa guys, where the other 2 guys coming from. Unless it was unless it was a 2, but with Austin high, I don't know. But I can tell you right now that this receiver runs right by Austin, and he is looking into the backfield. And then once he sees a pass coming, he starts drifting into the backfield or back vertically, and this receiver is wide open. So at this point in the game, you've already had like a 80-yard touchdown run, like a 60-yard 3rd and 31 conversion. You had another touchdown run. You had another 60-yard run that could have been a touchdown, but was called back on a right tackle holding. You have a blown coverage that could have been a touchdown if Mullins is able to throw it. But good job by Q getting the sack. Q literally saved a touchdown right here. So I'm going to put this on Austin. I can't say exactly what the play call was, but I know that guy's not supposed to just be passing him right there like that. It looks like Tampa, like I said, and he's matching the guy to the flat. So I'm imagining it's a cover 2 look with the corner in the deep half instead of the safety, and it's blown coverage, and he's wide open. Q. He's definitely responsible for that B gap, so he's just shooting the B gap. Good, quick burst off the ball. You can see his first step. Look out, he's already like at the line of scrimmage. Like, good, explosive first step. You have Williams, who tries to get in his way. He throws the rip, power through that contact, blows up 75, and just works his way to the quarterback. Another sack. Awesome job by Q. Just power, just explosiveness off the ball. Boom. Look at that first step. It looks a lot slower when I'm doing it in this speed, but that first step right there, look how quick that is. For a defensive lineman, this is where you see like his acceleration, like that 4.8, 4.40 time or whatever it was. So explosion, power, working through the contact, clearing his way out. 75 is in his way, but throw him the frick out of the way. Just run down the quarterback for a sack. Good job on McClendon here too, who's obviously rushing up the field. 75 tries to get in his way too on this pass block, on this play action. He gets into his chest, throws him backwards, which helps out Q. Look at this. He's freaking – McClendon's a beast too, man. They started – he drives it back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost like 6 yards, So great job by both of those guys, Q and McClendon. Q gets the sack, so awesome. Next, 2 more plays of Q, at least in – where it's specifically just about him or mostly about him. And those are plays 52 and 63. All right. Q near tackle for loss. He just gets outrun here. So again, though, comes off the ball, and look, this is Q not having to freaking worry about other people, not having to stunt, not having to do all this shit. Comes off attacking that A gap. 63 tries to jump set him on what is a draw. Hands inside, penetrates the A gap, throws that rip right through there. Look at the flexibility in his body overall, from his leg to his upper body right here. So he shows some of that lower body and upper body disconnection, the flexibility in the lower body and upper body.
bends that corner tight, gets his hand on, but just misses him. But good penetration because listen, it affects the running back a little bit. He has to bounce the run a little bit here, then shoot upfield. Whereas if he didn't, maybe he just shoots upfield and it's a bigger gain because of it changed angles and things like that. So, good job right there from Q, almost hitting that. Like, listen, you're not going to make every play, but he clearly affected the play right there. And then, almost runs him down, but he does not. And maybe makes a tackle out of bounds. Yeah. So, another really good job. Let's see the next play, which I said is 61. Nope. 63. Q McClellan and run stuff. This is on a bear front, though, to say. Yeah, so many bear fronts. It's like their primary or one of their primary defensive fronts, I should say. Yeah, man, this is Trent Williams who he's going against. This is no scrub. He's right here. He's a 3-tech. Trent Williams is a left tackle. Comes off of the ball, attacking the line of scrimmage. They try to combo. He tries to, the left guard tries to get a quick check on him and work up to the second level. You have Trent Williams. He tries to cover down really quickly right there. That little like bucket step. He tries to get lateral. Q, low, works into his chest. Look how low he is. Now, you almost don't want to be too low because you want to be bending too hard at the waist, but his lower body and his upper body are pretty linear, working right through Williams. Eyes find the running back. Stands up Trent Williams, scrapes over the top, makes the tackle. Again, this is no scrub he's doing this against, just the play in full speed again. It's really, really impressive. Look at that. Look at the drive on Trent Williams. And then finds the running back, good awareness to find that running back and then make the tackle. So fantastic job. So that is it for the studs. I'm sorry for that, guys. You probably heard like 1,000 times in this podcast. People are probably like, what the hell? I'm sure at least like 3 people already clicked off for it, but it's literally nothing I can control. So can I mute? What does this button say? Dynamic microphone. You guys know what that means? I don't know what that means. All right. Maybe, can I mute myself? Let's see. All right. Looks like I just muted myself and I try to get everything up there. So we'll see if that lasts for a couple minutes. Bad offense, bad defense. All right. Greg Van Roten, I think, struggled overall. He like some good plays, some bad plays, but the biggest play I'm going to bring up is the play that I talked about where Darnold should have had the flexibility to audible out of this play anyway, but Adam Gase does not give him that flexibility. And look, shocker. Hey, guess what? You got to get to like here. Like you got to get 1 yard. This A gap is pretty open. So I'm assuming if you hurry to the line, they align like this, Darnold takes that ball and just falls forward. It's a first down. Darnold has done it in the past. He's good. He's good with that. He really is good with that. Driving his legs, keeping low, keeping his knees off the ground. He does a good job. The Jets, they run inside zone. You have a lot of guys who do a pretty good job. A lot of them. You have McGovern who gets vertical, who gets horizontal and covers his gap. You have Fant Lewis who covers his gap. You have Fant who does a good job staying patient with his hips, working up the field and towards the guy, but not overreacting and getting too aggressive so he doesn't shoot over his face. He gets his spot covered, but Fant, because if Buckner, right? No, Armstead. Yeah, Armstead. If Armstead didn't cross the center's face and he chased, this would have been a completely different play. If he penetrated here, it would have been completely different because he would have worked on the combo and then worked to Warner. So his problem right here, Van Roten, is he chases. If he's going to exchange gaps like that and go from A to A, that's not your guy anymore. Like I said, 90-10. Well, this is for some zone plays, but most zone plays, it's like an easy baseline to go by. Again, it doesn't always work out, but 90-50-10.
So he's 10%. So you don't have to worry about him too much. Obviously, you're going for 1 yard, so you really want to protect the first level. But if he's going to exchange gaps, don't chase him. He exchanges gaps, he chases them, and he reacts way too late against the penetration of 54. You see Warner charging up the field, so once he steps inside and he see Warner coming downhill already, he needs to just work to just cover him. Like just meet him at the 30 or meet him right here at the 20-yard line. Meet him at the 20. Go head to head and plow right through him. What does he do? Like I said, overcommits to the inside, is late to react. Like he's looking at us. I'm not sure why he takes an extra step inside. It's like right here. He just needs not to chase. Like he needs to start working inside now. Like even off that first left step, just now. It's that quick. Once you see him reacting up like this, you see Armstead to your left, in your peripheral vision, working away from you. Just work to the second level. He stays on too long. Warner shoots the gap, and Josh Adams, whose only run was this run of the game, for whatever reason, gets the ball on fourth and one in a huge spot where you had Gore in the whole game running 30,000 times. You can run Gore, 21 times, you just can't run that 22nd time, or you can run 10 times, you just can't run that 11th time, or whatever run this was. It's just you have Josh Adams, who is, it takes guys that are a little bit to get into a rhythm with running the ball, and this is his first run of the game in 4th and 1. And Sam Darnold could have snuck it right here. Like the sneak is there. The play is there. If Van Roten just meets his guy right here, you have a first down because you have inside leverage. Becton, again, down block, or not down blocking, but he's actually just trying to create vertical displacement. Left hand into the armpit and just throws that guy to the ground again. But that's all on Fant. That is all on Greg Van Roten, and that is all on Gase not trusting Darnold to audible out of that. Next up for the bad of the defense, or bad of the offense, I have Greg Van Roten. I have Herndon, who had 1 reception for 5 yards, dropped touchdown, which I'll show in a little bit. I'm going over some Darnold film. McGovern he allowed some pressures, which I'll show. He wasn't the best. He was I would say a little bit below average this game. The first game he was just okay. So you're hoping he takes steps up in the right direction and shows that he could be that top 12 to 10 guy, because I think he's more around like the 20 range right now, which is a big step up from Khalil, but not what I saw in Denver. So continuity of the offensive line, things like that, getting more comfortable. Hopefully he continues to take steps in the right directions, but he was disappointing if I had to be honest. Perryman hurt, disappointment. There's obviously times week 1 where he could have got hit. He would have had more receiving yards. So that people are like, 3 receptions for 12 yards. Yeah, it could have been 4 receptions for 60, but Darnold missed them when he's wide open. My other bad guy of the offense, is Gore. He missed some holes. He just wasn't playing super well. I showed you the tackle before that he needs to break a leg tackle. It's an arm tackle. You need to break it. It was there to gain a few more yards, and he just wasn't able to do it. Gore, Berrios, Perryman blocking. Okay, so they run. They run another tight zone, but they're everybody's drawn inside right here because you have both of the 3 tech and the 5 tech who cross the faces to shoot opposite gaps. So what they're doing here is like a run blitz where you have multiple guys getting pulled inside. You have 71 pulled inside, or it's not really against 70. It's not really against those. You have the 4 tech trying to pull Becton. You have the 6 tech trying to pull in Herndon, and then you have the corner blitz or the corner filling. So that's why they're doing that. And so it draws everybody inside, but that's okay. Oh, this is okay. So this is a better play from Gore. So this is actually not a bad play. Most of these are bad, but this is actually a good play by him. So, offensive line reacts to the gap exchange of the defensive line. Good job by Becton here, by the way. With this guy crossing his face, look at him landing his right hand onto the shoulder pad and extending. And that extension what that guards against is if this guy was if that's Bosa, right? Yeah, if Bosa was to cross his face and then penetrate into the backfield, that's what he wants to guard against. So him landing his right hand into the inside and shoving him into Lewis is huge right there. That might have saved that play because if he wasn't get a hand inside and he shot this gap, it could be over. So really good job recovering and just using that length and that strength. Look how low he is. He looks like a freaking one of those motorcycles turning the corner. Extension and Gore's just able to cut to the outside of that. But if Becton didn't get that hand on, because you can see that clearly affects Bosa. If he didn't do that, this run is blown up. So Becton saves that. Gore sees it, bounces outside. Really good job by Hogan right here, who ideally gets in front of his guy initially, but he shoots hard inside, and Hogan, and Barrios stays on it. Stays on the block. You have Perryman who blocks the linebacker. So good job by those guys blocking. Good job by McGovern too, getting out of this traffic and working to the mic. I would say the mic. Gore cuts it up, gets some good yardage. Like I said, the run blocking is definitely better. Definitely better. All right. 4-6, or did I? No, 6:31. This is another play that's going to be good for Becton. Like I said, it's going to be intertwined with some of the other stuff here. Missed hole, 3rd and 3. He definitely missed some holes this game. That is for sure. Again, you can see it here. So another tight zone, inside zone split. I'll call it more tight zone based on the track of the running back. But again, this is something that Gore needs to read. So look, just simply hat on hats. Look at the leverage to the left, to the left, to the left. And Gore, what I want him to do, press up field. Just be more. He needs more patience right here. This is patience. He needs to press more upfield. Look at this gap. Look at this wall. You literally have a wall. Now you have to trust Griffin, who, by the way, does a good job. He's a sifter. That's what I call him, at least, cutting underneath the line of scrimmage like that. Sifter and cut blocks Bosa. Now look, if he were to cut up here, look at this hole. Huge. One player to beat. Now if he runs up this and somehow manages to break a tackle in the open field, he doesn't do that much anymore. But if you were able to juke this guy or truck him, then guess what? You could have a freaking 40, 50-yard touchdown run. Or will actually be a 52, or a 40-yard run or a 52-yard touchdown. That's what I should say. So good job by Becton. Because listen, the zone plays, it's all about letting the defense react how they want to, and you take them where they want to go for the most part. That's one of the biggest benefits of it. So if you have all this congestion in here and all these guys are going to attack hard to your right, then take them to your right. Gore is supposed to see the leverages and bounce to his left or bend it back to his left. So good job by Becton getting his hands on, driving. Look how much he moves that guy. So if he were to cut up behind this, look how big of a hole that Becton makes it. Same thing with Lewis. Look at Lewis. Right hand inside, extension, and drives. McGovern blocks that guy, knows Lewis is coming to help him, sees this guy scraping down the line of scrimmage or coming right towards him, drops his shoulder into him, and drives him. So this is the picture that you need to see that Gore misses, and Gore takes this. So bad play by Gore on that one. Good block by a lot of guys. But again, you need everybody working together. And Gore did not see that they all had their hats to the left side. Missed hole by Gore again. Again, you're seeing a lot of this inside tight zone splits from the Jets, especially this game. And again, just read the leverages, read the cutbacks. So you have your primary A gap, but then you can go B gap, you can go C gap, you can bounce it to the outside, you could bounce it a lot of places. That's the benefit of zone. So takes the handoff. You see this free rusher off this side, who I'm assuming they didn't think was coming. or maybe they did, but they either thought that he was going to drop back into coverage or he was going to maintain outside leverage on that fake jet. But at this point, Gore needs to read the line, see that there's a ton of congestion right here. This guy does not exist because he's coming back to sift, to split block. So he doesn't exist. So this is the hole. Gore misses it. You can't miss these holes. So he needs to take this ball, have more control, because you could see his legs are just churning. He's just going forward pretty much no matter what. He needs to read him, the congestion here, and just bounce this ball back right here. Plant, shuffle, jump cut, whatever you got to do to get to the backside. But the problem with Gore is he doesn't have a lot of like lateral athleticism, the jump cut and things like that. But you just need to be patient with your feet a little bit more right here and just hit this hole, because look what Becton's doing. Like you have Armstead, who is trying to win that B gap, and guess what? At this point, Becton's not going to be able to reach him, get in front of him positionally. So he's just going to do what he does, create vertical displacement, and allow Gore to read that cutback. He gets his hand inside of the ribs and just runs him. Look how far he freaking moves it. And then obviously he trips, but he plants him. Becton, man, Becton he's just powerful, and like, just look at that drive. Look how far he moves him. I don't know how I couldn't be more impressed with Becton. Like, again, things he can fix, but relative to expectations, he's playing fantastic. 2 more plays of Gore missing holes. 48-73. Missed the cutback. Again, a lot of cutbacks he's missing because he just hits the play side. He's not very patient, which could be beneficial and not beneficial sometimes. So again, inside tight zone. You have 93, who does a good job of holding himself up against 2 blockers and really occupying 2 blockers. So good job by him. But again, you're not going to hit this gap because these guys are still on 93 and he's going to fill. So it's going to be really congested in there. So read. You have Van Roten, who does a good job actually, who ricochet block, drop step, throw his shoulder, then works the second level. Again, if the defense is going to flow hard to one side, the zone should tell you to cut back. Basic zone-like principles. So they all flow to the right side hard. If you continue to read, okay, he's going to pick up Warner, so you want to cut to the backside of him, correct? That's what you'd think, which he does. But now, similar situation. So he does cut it back again, and I don't rehearse these before I do them, so I just watch them. So good job seeing the cutback, but now at the same time, he's still reading this guy. Read this guy now. You have Malone, who is blocking him, and he's going to continue his leverage out to flowing to the right. Plant, jump outside. So like a good running back would do this, probably jump cut, press, jump cut, upfield. Like a good athletic young running back, maybe like P. Ryan, even though he missed a hole or two, to be honest, in his couple runs. But I want to see him notice this, stop, and then get outside, and hopefully he can break an arm tackle, because it might have come to that. Instead, he just puts his helmet down and gets tackled, where he could have easily, I think, planted, at about this point when he sees him and then gets outside, but he does not do that. So not necessarily the best game from him. 73. We're gonna get into Sam Darnold pretty soon. FYI, if you've been waiting the whole time for Sam Darnold. Again, I don't know how long these ever are. I just keep talking and just see how they end up. But there'll be some games I want to record 60 plays. There'll be some games where I want to record 90. It's just however many I feel like recording and how many I feel like talking about. Even though 80 plays is a lot. Okay, so Gore lateral quickness. Again, pretty similar. Inside zone. Becton does a good job running his guy to the screen pretty much. Pretty patient with his feet. Hands inside, extends. You have Andrews and Lewis working on the combo. on the ace combo. Boom, picks up his guy. Good job by Lewis, staying square, getting his hands on, reading the outside, and making sure he's able and ready to come off when that guy gets even. You want to stay on these combo blocks until these linebackers start pushing up field, and that's when you come off of them, and you got to make sure to get in front of them. He does that, so good job by him. You have the backside combo. Charlie, something like not a Charlie. This is actually George with the guard and tackle. Charlie, George, Tom is the three. So Charlie, George, Tom. There's a bunch of names for a bunch of shit. So good job with them on the combo. Good job with them on the combo. They're gonna work up to the Sam. These guys are gonna work up to the Mike. Again, should Bell recognize that? You got to be scanning this whole area. So you want to press up towards these guys and see which linebacker is going to be blocked. Blocked, but outside leverage. So unless you can bounce this outside and cut up field and depend on him to and assume this guy's not going to be able to scrape and win the side he's already winning, then you don't want to cut there. So he blocks him, but so for him, sorry, I'm gonna go through this again. For him, you're more looking towards the A gap. If Andrews had outside leverage on him, then you're cutting the A gap. But because the A gap is pretty much closed off right here, you're looking to more the B gap, and the B gap is going to be filled by him, even though he has outside leverage. So you're not really going to cut there. You're going to look to your backside. Look at the leverage, obviously. So you're going to have to cut it even back farther. He continues upfield. He just doesn't have that lateral athleticism and gets tackled in the backfield. But again, if he were to diagnose this a little bit quicker, he could have stopped around here, jump cut outside or a little bit more outside to the right, and then pressed upfield. Now, would have been a much bigger gain? No. But if you were a little bit more over here, then you could have also cut up through here. And this is not like, oh, well, if this and if that, if it's happening so slowly, but this is really what should have happened. Like I'm talking like a good running back, like a Nick Chubb would have made this play. He would have been more patient, had smaller steps. Like his Gore right here, to me, is a little bit too high, and his steps are a little bit too big. You see how big this step is when he's trying to change directions? Do you see that? Again, I get into more of the technicalities, like with all this like footwork stuff when I do singular player reviews, but this footstep is way too big for him to change directions. So I want to see him running smaller steps and lower to the ground and be able to cut, because if this wasn't as big, he cuts now, then again, he would be around here. So he would now read this leverage and then cut up this gap. So he missed. It was like a double cutback, but could have been a gain of 5, 6, 7, 8 yards, and it was a loss of 2 or 3. So not the best game from him. That's it for the good or the bad from the defense. The bad from the offense, or the bad from the defense coming now. Pass rush overall was inconsistent. I only have one player from the bad from the defense. That's from Henry Anderson, who's a jackass. If you look at the label on this play, I was a little bit more angry when I recorded this, I guess, because now I said a jackass. But when I labeled this, I said asshole. So Anderson, asshole. All right. This is just like he lost us the Bills game last year because he had a late hit on Josh Allen. This was a 3rd and whatever it was, and we stopped them. And nope, not a stop because Henry Anderson had to take an extra 2 steps. By the way, this guy pushes off. If you watch 11 right here, the Sears in coverage, and this is like calls that the Jets just don't get. Clearly pushes off. Look at that extension. Works into him, pushes off. Now, in a real world where the Jets get penalties, now these would be offsetting penalties, I believe. That's how it works. And then you replay 3rd down because you have offsetting penalties. Penalty on the defense, penalty on offense, offset. They offset, replay 3rd down. But no, it's okay. You're allowed to push off on Jets players. But we're not talking about that right now. Either way, Anderson pressures him and he has to throw the ball and it's short. But Henry Anderson, who initially tries to cross the face of 60, eventually gets through, working through traffic, blah, 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 works over the top because Garoppolo scrambles out. Garoppolo is clearly getting rid of the ball. What does he do? 1, 2, 3 steps, extends. And then he stands up and he does this stupid thing. Oh my God, I didn't do anything. Idiot. You can't be any more stupid than this. This is just dumb. There's no defense to this. I don't care what his wife says. I don't care what he says. This is just a dumb freaking play. Throw the ball. 1, 2, 3. Arms extend. It's going to be a roughing the passer call every single freaking time. God. How dumb can you be? You're just an idiot. Look, I'll move this. I don't know if he's going to do it. You see, like right here, he looks at the ref and he goes to do this whole thing. Oh, I just fell into him. I didn't take 3 steps and extend my arms and push him. Asshole. All right, moving on. Can't wait to see it. He's gone next year. Goodbye, Henry Anderson. Goodbye, his wife, who responds to everything on Twitter and likes everything about Henry Anderson, or hasn't been much to like because he didn't make plays. Another large chunk of the show coming. We're going to get this done. We're going to continue to move through this. We got a lot of plays. Good from the offense. I put Darnold as a good bounce back from last week. Again, not great. 31 for 32, 179 yards, 1 touchdown, 5.9 yards per pass, which is not good. We have a pretty solid chunk of plays. Looks like about 10 to 15 of him. All right. Definitely gross in the show. I hope there's no females watching. And again, you could be gross too, but sucking up boogers and burping and shit. I don't know. I'm screwed up today. All right. 3rd and 5. Holding, blocking. Hogan, Darnold, block. Okay. Let's see what this is. Again, nothing too. You have a 9. You have 2 in routes. You have a sit. You have a 9. So there's really not much here. You're just spreading out as a zone defense with all these underneath routes. Darnold hits him with good timing. Let's see it from the other view. He's changing something at the line too. I don't know what he's changing. Reezy defense. Again, Becton. Good short, choppy steps. It's pretty square to the line of scrimmage. Is framing the rusher well. Splitting. Which, by the way, is Bosa, who he shut down Bosa for his 12 snaps. Left hand inside. So left hand goes inside, but goes a little bit high, just a little bit high. You have Becton who gets his, or Bosa who gets his hand underneath. He forks it upwards. Becton doesn't panic, resets his hand, left arm under, hops down into his anchor, insteps, and gets underneath. So yeah, he pushed the pocket, or he collapsed the pocket, but Becton does a good job resetting. Darnold makes his reads, left to right, sees Hogan with the on the sit and drifts inside. Still, his footwork's not the best. You see his left foot's not driving towards the target again and stepping to the left, and he's not really stepping into his throw. It's a lot of arm again, but he whips it in there. Hogan falls forward. 1st down, New York Jets. Play 5. Darnold, good throw. Hogan drop. Lewis Becton, Phantom blocks. All right. Again, so you know, it looks to be a cover 6. Yeah, I'm going to say this is cover 6. You have Hogan right here who sits in the soft spot. You have the corner with outside leverage. You have Hogan who's stemming vertical. He's thinking this corner thinking he might pass it off to this corner because they're in a cover 4. So if this is only a vertical threat, they're going to double him pretty much. He has inside. He's going to have inside, and Hogan sets it down. Darnold reads it, sees it, fires it in. I would say this is a split second late. I want to see the ball out now, or about now, versus now. Like it's just a split second, but that allows the DB to drive on the ball, hit Hogan as he catches the ball and turns up a little bit, and it causes the incompletion. But this is on Hogan. You need to make this play. So, but he does not. So, good job by Darnold reading it and seeing it. Just wanted the ball out a little bit sooner. So, Becton again versus Bosa. Patient with his feet, good base, good small steps. Bosa gets into that contact window, extends, gets his hands on. Bosa double swipes the arms. And then Becton does a good job recovering. Again, you can see how his hips aren't tight. Like a lot of guys in this position, your hands are swiped like that. Again, I told you Bosa would swipe the double punch. As he swipes the double punch, a lot of guys are screwed right here because your hips are locked out. A lot of guys are going to give up this B gap because of Becton's size and just pure athleticism. He's able to power step right there. You can see he doesn't just completely drop his anchor, or drop his post foot. He power steps. So he power steps back to the inside, matches him, gets his hand into the armpit, extends, and Bosa's on the turf. Darnold again reads it. I want to see a little bit more lower body here. I want to see a little bit more of him stepping into the throw, but he's able to deliver the ball. Lewis does a good job here too, apparently. Jump set from Lewis. You could see he quietly did a good job this game for sure. Look at him just root his feet down, just jump set. More of a jump set. Well, he actually he comes up towards him a little bit. So he definitely jump sets, runs his feet, hands inside, and just locks him down. He tries to rush the inside, and he walks back into his anchor, gets underneath of him. Good job by Lewis. Now Fant does not do the best job here. He opens his hips up too soon. So he's a lot about these 45-degree sets. Like he really is not a guy to just drop vertical, and he needs to learn to drop more vertical more. So he drops. It is a vertical set, but it is angled a little bit outside. He opens his hips up too soon right here. Right there, his hips should not be open yet. You see how this foot's not splitting the outside? You want to create that space, get your ass out of the stance, create that space, and then kind of put yourself in a position where he doesn't really have the most ideal move. But with him and his momentum right here, he's opening his hips up. Now his momentum is going sideways and backwards. So you're giving him the inside right here. You're giving him the power, because if you were more square and to shoot your outside arm, you have a lot more power under your base. But because he's drifting backwards right here and opening his hips up, you're giving him the benefit of the inside rush, whether it be through this club, through a spin move, through a bull rush, but your momentum's taking you this way. So if this guy's a good rusher, he's going to continue taking you that way, or take advantage of his power versus your momentum, which is not working through him. So he gets clubbed, pressure right in Darnold's face. So you want to see a better block from Fant right there. All right. Next play from Darnold, 12. Scramble 3rd and 5. Okay, so this is a really good play too from Darnold. There's really nothing open. Just look at the routes. Well, if he was looking to the left at first, he could have hit this, but that would have been like a bang bang play. So if he was really really decisive here, he could have hit that. Doesn't hit that. This is covered. This is covered. This is covered. This is covered. So this is the only this is the only option, but he doesn't hit it. Let's see if he should have thrown that. Let me see where his eyes were. Yeah, so at first he's reading the inside out. So that's why he doesn't hit it, because he reads inside out. See, this is covered now. He probably looks to this and he sees this leverage, so he's not going to hit it, which is fine. I'll follow that decision. So all that happens. Again, Becton has to watch with the little bit of reach and the double punch right here. It's working, but some guys are going to sort of figure that out a little bit more. Fant gets bull rushed back a little bit, and it's again for me, Fant is opening his hips up too early. So again, he's starting to push himself back here and not momentum through the guy. It's momentum backwards. So he's going to get bull rushed like that. It's more about technique than power for me. Lewis gets beat right here too. Getting it against Armstead, who's a good rusher. Chops that inside arm. Rushes Darnold. Darnold sees it. Pulls the ball down. Starts to scramble outside. Look at this freaking move by Darnold. Look how low he drops that knee, by the way. That is pretty sweet. So it's not McGovern's fault. McGovern's not expecting him to scramble. So when he scrapes up the top like that, he doesn't know what Darnold's doing. Darnold sees the defensive tackle, whoever it is, working over the top, drops his weight, cuts up, breaks more arm tackles than Frank Gore, dives forward for a first down on 3rd and 5. So let's just watch this play from Darnold and appreciate it real quick. That's the athleticism we want as Jets fans to see Adam Gase take advantage of more, that he doesn't on these rollouts, these play actions. You know, a little bit of a read action or a play action, or not a read, a read option here and there, more RPOs. Like, I want to see more RPOs with read options and things like that tied into them, but he just doesn't do it because he just thinks what he's going to do is going to work, and that's it. That's the end of the day. It's Gase's way or the highway. It really is. So, good play design, bad O-line blocking. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the this is a sale concept. Sale where it's a three levels. It's usually read deep to intermediate to short. He was running a post, but because this guy was inside, he's going to turn into a corner. I don't think that was by design. I think it was designed to be a post route. You have the corner, and then you have the route into the flat. Darnold reads it. He sees. This is what he sees. So he sees Perryman carrying this guy deep, this corner, meaning the outside is open for Herndon. If this defender has inside leverage, what happens? He carries him. He has inside leverage. This DB is matched up on the flat, so this area of the field is open, and Darnold is going to throw it, but he gets sacked, which is open. So good job by Herndon. You know, little bump right there, bump cut. He's open, but Darnold is sacked, so he can't throw it. Becton could improve on this play. This is one of the plays that he needs to improve on. So he jumps outside, and and then the defensive lineman starts to angle off a little bit more inside. So he panics a little bit and hops inside. I don't want to see that hop. What I want to see from Becton is as he jumps outside and this guy angles inside, you're still in a good relationship in terms of splitting his body. You're still framing him well, but you don't need to either work inside or outside. You could run your feet. So once he hops outside and the guy angles inside, I just want to see him run his feet a little bit more because he's still in a good position at this point. He'd still be in a good position, but he overreacts a little bit, hops, and now is reaching for contact. The defensive end is able to work past the hands, grab the wrist, and then come in and get a hand on Darnold, who could have stepped up and threw that, and he was going to, because you could see like his hand was on him, but it wasn't going to be a sack. So Becton was able to push him just far enough up the arc, but it's a pressure that he allowed that he shouldn't have. But you have Fant who allowed the sack here. So, and again, Fant is just opening his hips up a little bit too soon. So the offensive line, like they are sliding right, but do you see how Fant on the right side goes like 45 degree, then vertical? I don't like that set. I want to see him either go 45 degree, stay square, and then make it a really hard edge for him to pass, where you're risking a little bit, because if you do pass that edge, it's a pretty clean shot to the quarterback, or you vertical set and then make him make his move. But him right here, just opening up his hips. You see how he's opening up his hips? This is not the most powerful position because he's, again, throwing his momentum backwards. Now he's going to work through him with power. So you want your hips to be more under you and not floating and going backwards to have more power to match against bull rush. So again, it's not his power. It's the technique that's getting him bull rushed. Guy gets his hands inside, rips through, sack on Darnold. So Fant a lot of sacks. So he was okay this game. He was overall decent, but you know, the last few plays he wasn't playing overly great. Next play. I'm trying to mute as this is all happening, but it's sometimes it doesn't work out like that. So next play is 30. Pain in the ass. I don't know when the last time I had a stuffy freaking nose was. Now that the 3 hours I'm doing the show, son of a bitch. Sorry for the cursing, but it's annoying. If it's annoying for you guys, it's even more annoying for me. So, play action. You have, and again, this is a play. Okay, well, now the Jets are throwing some fake jet sweeps, some fake outside zone into the sifter who's been blocking a lot. Try to throw him the ball. Good job by the number 24 recognizing this. So good disciplined defensive player right there to recognize that. Number 91 comes free. Darnold sees that. Literally has to jump and fade away and still hit Herndon. Now, is this the best throw I've ever seen in terms of like, oh my God, an amazing 50-yard throw? No, but for him to come off this play action, roll out, have a guy right in his face and to fade backwards, throw a spiral, literally could not be leading Herndon any better to turn up and run up the field was a nice throw. So I put it in there. So good job by Darnold right there with that play. Got about 10 plays left to Darnold-ish. Darnold late. Okay, yeah, this is another like again, the Gase with these rub routes. It's all really similar. Again, with Hogan, I don't want to see him go flat right here. So this is on Hogan too. Your purpose right now is to push vertical to basically blindside this guy with your route. Like you don't want to just work right into him to get a penalty, but you don't want to flatten out. You're flattening out. You're letting him scrape over the top. So Hogan doesn't do his job there. Darnold again. If this is what you know you're throwing, hit it. He needs to hit it now. Now. He throws it too late. As he catches the ball, the corner is getting there. Whereas if he were to catch the ball here, now he can make a move. Now maybe he runs outside and plants and cuts up and in. But 3rd and 3, again, there's just things that annoy me. And this is one of them. No, they don't run a lot of slants. I don't get it. Teams are expecting outside things right now because the middle of the field right here, I don't know about you guys, but it's pretty open. And Hogan is a decent route runner. And I think that's Barrios. Is it Barrios? Barrios or not, you have a guy playing off coverage, heads up, and you can get a drag, you can get a slant right here. At least I believe so, or at least Herndon over the middle. But everything is to the outside. Harder throws for Darnold. The ball is in the air for longer. Corners can get there quicker. Less opportunities for Yak when you're breaking outside all the time. And all of his routes you saw in the red zone too. This. Hogan, and it's 2 times in a row, Hogan not getting enough vertical, and then a guy breaking underneath of him to the flat to get Yak. How about some routes over the middle? Like it's like easy stuff. Tackle for loss. Or there's a shutdown. Now it's not third. Now it's obviously they have to punt the ball because they're not going to go for it because Gase doesn't have plays for 4th and 3. He's not that innovative. 55, 57. Throw, Hogan catch. Okay, this is a ballsy throw, but this is a Sam Darnold type of throw to Hogan. This is what he does. He's a little bit of a risk taker. Play action. Wow. Good job. It opened somebody up. Look, play action sucked up linebackers and somebody got open. That's crazy. Same concept we saw before with the sail, the flat, the post, and the corner. 3-level read, usually high to low. Sees Hogan working into the soft spot of the zone, plants, throws it, hits him. Now, what Darnold sees when he sees this is this. So it's not really risky of a throw. I'm going to go back retract my statement a little bit. It's not so risky because he sees this corner carrying, so this should be wide open. The corner does a good job stopping his momentum and working back to the ball. So you want to see the ball a little bit more on a laser to this guy just to guard against maybe this corner who does break back. The corner does. Hogan, it hits him right in the hands, but he has to make a tough catch through traffic right there. So it's the offensive line. Some things happen right here. Obviously, we have a rusher who ends up free just because I'm going to say because of. So this is a little bit on. This is mostly on McGovern. So McGovern steps to his left, obviously helping out Lewis. I don't know why I keep calling Lewis Fan. It's weird, but I need to get used to the offensive line too, just like they need to get used to each other. So knows that guy is handled, scans to the right. He sees this guy, who's getting pretty much locked up and doesn't keep his eyes active. I want to see his eyes a little bit more active right here. This guy is blocked. Stay on this guy and just look for any other threats. He commits too early. Doesn't see this guy scraping over the top. He blocks that guy, which actually obviously throws Westco into the air. Who was trying to scrape with that guy. He gets pressure. Fant does a good job. So I like Fant right here too. So who is on that? Who sees this guy crossing his face, and then picks that up. Like he sees that coming. He's like, oh shit, that guy is working down the line. He might get through. Sees it and almost. It's like maybe if he didn't do that, maybe it would have been even better of a play. See, like it's little stuff. Sorry, it's I'm getting a little bit discombobulated here when it happens when you talk a lot. So he sees it coming. He reacts. He drops. And just saves Darnold. Now, maybe if he weren't to see that, it would have been a straight shot, and maybe Darnold didn't get it out, or he gets hit when he throws the ball. It gets rocked. So good job by Fant reacting to that and saving it. Whereas McGovern, I want to see a little bit more patience right there and scanning a little bit more. Look at Becton. Again, more of a jump set. Patient feet. Hands land inside. Nice and tight. And just matches the guy. Look, completely locked up. Hands on, you're not going to break his grip. There's just no freaking way. He's way too strong for that. He has length, he has size, he has power, he has movement skills, he has lateral agility. He has the want to. And like I said, hell of a job by Hogan bringing this ball in through that defender who meets him as the ball is getting there. All right. Continuing on. Hold on. All right, continuing on. Try to blow my nose. I am all aboard the struggle bus right here. So open the window. Hopefully it's going to help out a little bit. Do you guys care? Probably not, but I am dying. Darnold timing off with Malone, bad route. All right, so I believe Malone's on the bottom right here. Yes, this is like a spot concept variation where you have the triangle read. So Darnold sees the coverage, which is again look at it, actually cover 6 again. Cover 6. Darnold, knowing the route concept, sees this defender match the flat. He sees this defender with his hips open. That's the real nugget of this is he sees these hips. He knows Malone's breaking back. He's going to bet on Malone to beat this guy. If he doesn't, that's an issue because of his hips. So Darnold loads up to throw it. Before he turns, the ball is out. But you have Malone who runs a bad route and is not where Darnold expects him to be, because if he goes to break here, he should be stopped by the 52-yard line. He drifts all the way to the not the 52. He should be stopped by the 46, and he drifts all the way to the 42 because it's a bad route. So I'm not going to put this on Darnold. I think it's a bad route by Malone, because what you see Malone do is you see the classic jump into your break. Do you see his feet right here? Watch the left foot. Now watch him jump into the break, not throw his feet down into the break. You see that distance? Does his momentum look like it's going forward or down? When you're breaking, you want to throw your feet and your body downwards. You don't want to jump forwards, because now your body's trying to work over your toes instead of working down into your step and creating all the force it possibly can through that foot into the ground and allowing you to turn out of it. So his route break is piss poor, bad, not good there either. He's takes that stop step and he's already leading out of it. You want to see good stop step, another stop step, and then that third step with the right would turn off the instep and work back to the ball. But he takes a bad stop, leaning out of his break already while looking back to the ball before he's even out of the break. Your eyes are pretty much the last thing you want out of the break, not one of the first things. Drifts. And look at the dead time at the top of that route. Look at this. Bad route by Malone. Darnold throws it where he should be, and he drops it. So looks like a low throw. Oh my God, so bad by Darnold, and it's not the case. It's a bad throw. It's a bad play by Malone. Offensive line holds up pretty well. Look, it's a pretty clean pocket. Becton, again, small steps. Hands are on guard. Lands his hands. They don't break. Doesn't reach for contact again and just maintains a block. Good job. 57. Alrighty. Okay, a couple more plays. 62, 65, 66. Good throw, Herndon drop, Becton. All right, is this the drop in the end zone? This might be the drop in the end zone. Yep. All right, so drops back. I know there was a lot of talk on this play in a Twitter sphere, but Darnold's reading the right side, and all of his breaks are going to the right side. So guess what Darnold's going to do? Break to the right side. People are like, oh my God, he leaves the pocket too early. Well, hey, guess what? In his peripheral vision, he sees the helmet flash. This is what he sees. It's not this guy. It's not even about this guy. He doesn't see this guy. Let's be honest. He does not see that guy. What he sees is Fant, losing ground, into his lap. He sees the flash of the helmet. So he's not going to work up the field if he steps up, and he doesn't know how cleanly Fant's beat. So what if he scrapes right down the 15-yard line, the 14-yard line, and sacks him? He would have stepped up into pressure. So people are, he should have stayed in the pocket. Stayed in the pocket because of what? This guy has inside leverage, and he thinks he's scraping inside or trying to get inside. So why is he going to step up where this guy is going in terms of his leverage in relation to Fant? So yeah, he's going to scramble to the outside to the right. Both that's where the route concepts are going, and that's where he feels the defensive line going, or that defensive line going, defensive linemen going. Now, I said to look at Becton's block as well. Okay, so he just gets outside. Good job getting depth. You have Gore who picks up the block, chips him. Becton's eyes go back inside to 99. Lands his right hand inside. Him and Lewis both do a good job picking up that block, and Becton extends and tosses him. A lot of guys end up on their face when he's in the game. Both him and Lewis is aggressive too, because look at Lewis. He gets his left hand into the armpit right here, and he's extending too. Look at that. That's more Lewis than Becton too, actually. Darnold scrambles out to his right, or rolls out to his right like he should, because he saw interior pressure coming because of the helmet. People are watching some literally people are saying, oh my God, he leaves the pocket too soon. And there are some big wigs who are saying this, who, again, this is proving my point of why some of these guys you should not listen to. Good feel. That's a good feel for the pocket. That's a poise. Rolls out, sees Herndon. Herndon drops it. Herndon has to make this play. So good job by Herndon here adjusting. They run this, the hawk concept again. They run a lot of hawk concept, a lot of sail, and a lot of like smash variations. Like that's the most three, I would say. Runs the out route again. Not the best route, I would say. He really is obviously showing him his break right here. If anything, you want to see him do a little rocker, a little 1-2 and out, or hold his line and then break. Use your physicality. But he kind of just rounds his break out there. So not the best break. He's able to stay on it. Herndon sees that Darnold is scrambling out, tries to get to the open part of the field, sees Darnold looking at him, stops, pushes off a little bit, clears the arm. So good. This is all good by him. Well, this part's not. The break definitely could have been better. He could have done more with his feet, more with his stem. But this part to see Darnold, and then here, push off, upwards, get to the sideline, need to catch that ball. Again, feet are in bounds. Good job getting your feet in bounds. But you gotta catch this ball. Why doesn't he catch the ball? Because he does not have good hand technique. Again, remember, I say the tighter you want your hands tight to the ball, like this. You don't want your hands like this. You're not clapping the ball. You want the nose to go right through the little diamond. What does he do? He tries to clap it, and that's why you want to see his hands extend to the ball out with the diamond, not clap it close to your chest type deal. This he's trying to body catch it. So could have been 2 touchdowns for Darnold. That was a great play, a seed, and it is Unfortunately dropped by his players. He doesn't have a lot of chance. And I get it too with Darnold. Like, oh, well, yeah, he needs to prove it, but he also doesn't have players on his team. So there's like a bunch of angles you could take it out. I still need to see what I need to see on film. There's plays he needs to make, even if he doesn't have guys on his team. But his players also need to make plays. You saw that play, Herndon dropped the ball. You saw Hogan drop the ball. You see guys not necessarily getting open, but at the same time, Darnold can't be throwing balls or floating balls over the middle, running out of bounds, taking sacks, not throwing balls. And I understand some of it also comes from not just him not having weapons, but also him being down 21 points, 14 points, and having to force balls. So all that stuff is factoring in. I'm not just blindly, okay, well, he needs, you know what, man? If he doesn't get 23 touchdowns this year and he has more than 12 picks, it's a combination of that, I'm done. Like, it's not, obviously the show's not that simple. So Darnold sail ball, McGovern over commit. Yes, like I said, it's not the bet. He almost threw a pick here because of his footwork, I believe. As you can see it, he's trying to hit Gore and it floats over his head right here. So let's see why. Play action. Yeah, McGovern needs to, especially on a play action, which is a longer developing play here. Like, I get him hand checking, hand checking, helping out Lewis, but he's trying to lay a shot right here. Again, get your hand check on, continue to get your hand check, gain some depth. If this guy is locked up, let him be locked up, but you have to watch against guys trying to penetrate the A gap, overcommits too early, which honestly takes out his guy. Like, if he wasn't to do that, you might have had one of Van Roten or Fan who could have picked up the block, but he takes out his guys along with the defensive guy. Guy gets in Darnold's face. Again, Darnold hesitates too much here for me. Like, he's reading the left. He reads the right, is quickly off the right. Now he's reading all left. So let's see what happens. Reads. What is he reading on the right side? He's just reading the defense, I guess. So he's reading all left. Listen, this is covered. There's two guys on this. This guy's underneath that, so unless you're going to float it over the top, which would be really hard, he knows pretty early he's going to check this down to Gore in the flat, and he waits too long, which invites the pressure. So these are the little things I need to see him improve on. Go through your reads quicker. Deep isn't open, that post isn't open, that out isn't, the corner isn't open. You see the guy underneath of it. Now give Gore as much time as you possibly can to get yak, but when you're throwing balls so late where guys catch it and get hit, you're not giving them that chance. So that's a thing that Darnold needs to fix, is him just firing balls quicker. Like, he waits too long. It doesn't give guys great yak opportunities because of that. So I want to see that fixed. 66. Darnold miscommunication with Herndon. Yeah, this is just them not having the feel for each other. So another shitty play action. Again, McGovern, you're seeing some of the struggles. So good blocks by Lewis right here. Becton picks up his guy. And again, you have McGovern, who's just too concerned about other people. Be responsible for your A gap. So he gets his hands on. He knows that he has a slide protection from Van Roten, who's going to pick up the zero tech. So he's not worried too much about him. So now he's looking to the left side, but you have to look at the linebackers too, my friend. So he never notices the linebacker, never picks it up, runs right by his face. Darnold is pressured, literally hops in front of that. So good pocket movement. I'm assuming some of those guys who wanted Darnold to stay in the pocket there would have wanted him to get out to his left here, right? Idiots. Jump throw, and it's right outside of Herndon. Now, again, broadcast view, just like the Malone play, oh, Darnold missed that throw. No, it's a bad route. Here, what Darnold sees is obviously the pressure. So what he sees is Herndon full sprint to the sideline. What happens is he goes to throw the ball, and Herndon lets up to look back at the quarterback, which is not necessarily the fault of Herndon, but Darnold expects him. There's a little bit of the miscommunication where Darnold expects him to continue running on his route. He lets up, and it's a yard outside of him. So you see, I'm saying if he were to continue sprinting on his route, and not let up, it would have been in a great spot for him. So, but bad job by McGovern, who needs to be aware of that linebacker level. Like, you need to scan the second level for blitzers as well. So he just never expected the blitz. So more awareness needed there. Let's see. Next play is 70. Okay, we got 5 more plays of Darnold. Then we'll pretty much run through the rest of this. Again, big show, but okay, cool. 3 plays in a row. That never happens. 75 late to check down. Okay, so we're seeing something like the good plays, bad plays. Like he's on and off. Like this was not a fantastic game. It was solid. It was decent, but wasn't great. Late to check down. Again, drops back, reads the right, reads the middle. Again, and I checked this play, trust me, because I wouldn't have said late to check down if there was stuff open deep downfield. By the way, I didn't notice this until now, but Gore goes to crack him, and he gets destroyed. Lifts it up, and the guy oh, that sucks for Gore. Gotta love Gore, but still, he gets destroyed right there. So Darnold's reading the field. Herndon checks and releases. Again, assists his offensive line. Releases late. Darnold needs to throw the ball right here. Throw the ball, throw the ball, throw the ball. What does he do? I don't know why he waits. Right here, just get rid of the ball. Natural arm talent. I know in his peripheral vision, he sees this. He sees this guy. Dump the ball off. There's no reason you shouldn't throw the ball. He panics because of that. Again, guys start seeing ghosts. They feel that pressure. They don't make the right decisions. And this is why, you might take a guy who's fresh versus a guy who is building some of these problems, especially when you have to sign that guy to a big contract. I think Darnold could have been a top 10 guy. Do I think he could still be? Yes. But this year, these next 14 games mean a lot to me. They really do. It's true evaluation to see if he's worth it, if you can get Fields or, Lawrence or whoever it may be. So I need him to check the ball down now. No idea why he waits and then checks it down and then tries to throw it sidearm like this. Ball is too far inside, and now there's a hit on Herndon who can't bring the ball in. Which, by the way, again, if this was a Jets defender doing this, is this going to be a pass interference? I think so, but whatever. Darnold is late on that one. I put Darnold late again. So we're seeing a lot of late stuff here. Again, Andrew's not a good snap, clearly. Thank God he caught it. Thank God he played basketball. All right, so I was pretty much just saying, I guess, because I don't have the other view. I want to see him to get rid of the ball now, and he takes that extra step. As soon as he reads that left side, because it's an out route, he should have thrown it. He waits too long. Lets the guy catch, gain more ground on Hogan. Ball's out of bounds. So he needs to get rid of this ball sooner. Again, I wish I had the other view. I don't know why I didn't record it, but I didn't. But as soon as he sees it, throw it now. But he doesn't. So a little bit too late. Becton gets into his set. Guy angles inside. He shuffles inside. Hands on. Throws him to the ground. Look at Becton. Throws him to the ground. Lewis gets into his set. Right arm protects against the penetration in the A gap. Left hand lands onto the chest of the rusher. Rusher leans into him. He just hops back and throws him to the ground too. Good job. Good job by the offensive line. For the most part, they pushed Darnold a little bit, but say 3 more plays of Darnold. Good throw to Griffin. All right, yeah. This is the play that Griffin got the push off. They didn't show the close-up view. They didn't have it in the broadcast angle, which is interesting. Again, and it's, Jets state of receivers that they're taking. Cover one robber. He's robbing anything in the middle. Deep safety. Oh, man. And they ISO Griffin on, I don't know if it's it looks like a safety. 23. I don't know if it's a corner or safety, but Darnold is going to trust Griffin. His outside leverage. He has outside leverage. What does he want to do? He wants to put the ball outside and high. What does he do? He puts the ball outside and high, but Griffin pushes off. So good decision by Darnold right there, just trusting Griffin, who's a bigger guy than the corner or the DB, and puts the ball in a perfect spot. And see the offensive line quickly. Is there anything that stands out? Not really. I would say good job. Like, even though I want to see more control from Van Roden, shoot two hands and lock his hips out right there a little bit. Good recovery right there to drop his post right there and get back inside. And then Fant gets beat a little bit, but he shows some athleticism to keep that hand on there and run off the arc. Darnold steps up, hits him. Great ball, great location, but a push off. So next, 82-83. All right. I just hope my iTunes, hopefully something doesn't start playing. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. Darnold yards left on table, 2nd and 5. So you see, I'm saying like he played decent, but not. Oh, hold on. I gotta freaking quit iTunes. Stop bouncing on my screen, pain in the ass. All right. Yeah, so he wasn't reading the full field right here. Like he kind of, this is where he kind of locks on, because in my opinion, again, they're not running anything overly complex right here. He just looks like he's just running a jerk route inside. He just runs a jerk route, flat, sit route. Again, another like triangle read for Darnold. He never looks this way, but he's obviously open. So he throws to Berrios, who catches it underneath and is able to turn forward for a couple extra yards. But he could have just as easily saw the leverage of this guy going outside, saw him sitting down with the corner way off, and hit Hogan for an extra 5, 6, 7 yards, 8 yards if he turns up and runs. So I want to see his eyes more consistent here in terms of reading the whole field. He does not read that way, as you're going to be able to see. Drops back, reads the right. Then his eyes lock on to Berrios, but he never looks Hogan's way. I want to see him check that, see this leverage, check left real quick, see if anything's open there, and then go back to this. I don't want to see him lock on this. So I think he locks on this a little bit too long. Never checks Hogan. Sees him, identifies a matchup, which is fine. He's beating a linebacker. He trusts Berrios on a who I think played pretty well again. He trusts him versus a linebacker. Throws it again. Good location for him to turn up and get the turn up and get the first down. Offensive line again. Becton, man. Good feet. Punch timing, lands it. Guy tries the bull. Becton sinks, works off his instep, gets into his bridge, and completely shuts down that rush. There is some pressure allowed from the right side. He gets blown back a little bit. He's overextending a little bit too much for me. I want to see that more hips and feet than reaching for your hands. Andrews goes to drop his shoulder into him, picks him up, but gets a little bit of pressure still. So, yeah, all right. Last play, Darnold plays 83. Let's see here. And this is obviously the one that everybody's going to see. This is a Sports Center highlight. This is the thing you'll see on ESPN. This is all that. This is a lot of the plays that you see from Darnold throughout his career that kind of give you the hope that with a better staff, a better offensive line, which the one that we have now is taking step-ups in the right direction. These are the plays that you hope Darnold can make more of. But the Ravens game, the Bills game, and the first game of last year, there's a ton of these plays, ton in the Texans game, ton in the Packers game. And this is another one of those type of plays. And this has nothing to do with Adam Gase, but at this point, it's 6-12. The Jets lost 20 or 13 to whatever the hell the score was. I forget what the score was now. I don't even care anymore. But this is the play that kind of like saved the offense, making them look better than they were. And it was nothing to do with Gase. It was completely to do with Sam Darnold, who, again, with Darnold, another situation where the Jets run this concept that they've been running a lot this game specifically, but they run this a lot under Gase.
another sail concept, high read, intermediate read, flat read, and Darnold doesn't have anything to throw to that he wants to throw to. Reads the left, wants something more. Now, could he have thrown this ball to the intermediate? Probably. As soon as he sees this guy carry and this guy squatted down a little bit, he could have floated it here, but this corner could have also jumped back and picked that ball. So he wanted to confirm that the corner was going to continue to carry. Unfortunately, he gets pressure, so he can't throw that ball. So the design would have worked if, obviously, this guy jumps down on the flat. Now the corner is open. Great. Sail concept. That's usually how it works. Somebody carries deep, intermediate. You're put in a shitty place with this guy up the field on either the flat or the intermediate corner route. So that's what's probably going to be thrown. There's pressure. Darnold has to step up away from the pressure, breaks the sack. You have Berrios, who was on that corner route, who was going to get targeted anyway, adjust to Sam Darnold, sit it down, see Darnold continue to scramble out, shoot to the inside. Darnold throws the ball across his body, seed, touchdown. We'll show from the other angle because this is obviously just absolutely gorgeous. Again, drops back, reads the left, goes to throw the intermediate route. I really think he's going to load up to throw that right here. There's pressure because of you have Greg Van Roten right here, who inactive feet. I want to see his feet more active. I want to see him continue to slide inside. Again, shooting two hands as an offensive lineman, just like shooting two hands as a cornerback, it locks your hips out or locks your hips in place. You get to defeat the guy defeats the hands, whoever that the two tech is, the 2I defeats the hands, presses inside the A gap, works against Andrews, pushes him inside, creating more room for the defensive tackle. Pressure right in Darnold's face. Good job again by both Becton and Fant. Becton, good balance, good pass set, shoots his hands with good timing, completely locks down that guy again. Fant again does a pretty good job. Could have played it a little bit cleaner, but overall, at the time of the throw, they're both outside. So good job by both of the exterior offensive linemen. Darnold obviously sees the pressure, steps away from it. Strength to break that sack. Again, he's not Ben Roethlisberger, but he will break some arm tackles. So we saw that with his scramble for 5 yards. We saw it right there. Gets outside of that. Obviously sees the leverage of Becton versus the guy he's going against, the DN, the outside linebacker, whatever it is. Continues outside. Gets his eyes up the field. Sees Berrios getting to the inside and throws a ball across his body. Like, this is not necessarily ideal. Gets his shoulder slightly pointed. You want to see it obviously all the way pointed, but it's not. Across his body while drifting out to the left side, sidearm. Again. Sidearm. It's not a normal throw or slot for his arm to throw from. Hits Berrios right in the chest. Berrios runs in for a touchdown. Let's watch it from this angle again, and let's watch it just overall from a couple different angles just to see how impressive this is. Like, this is what, like, he's made these type of throws so many damn times. So if he can hone it in overall, go through his reads quicker, hit guys with more yak opportunities instead of waiting an extra hitch to throw a ball, throw the ball away at times. There were some times this game that I showed that he could have thrown a ball a little bit deeper if he continued to read the field. He gets locked onto reads. There's a couple of different things. Mechanically he can improve, but he hopefully will grow on those things. But this is the stuff that gives us hope. Like, this play is just absolutely ridiculous. So nice to see from Darnold, breaking the tackle, getting out to the sideline, the ability to make throws across his body like this while drifting out to his left is not a common thing for quarterbacks. So absolutely fantastic play by Darnold right there, and something hopefully we see a little bit more of.
Again, I don't want to run through everything for a million hours. This has been a long show already. Okay. A couple plays of Fant now individually, and then we still got some. We still got some more. I feel like this is longer than the last one at 3 hours and 20 minutes. Fant 28-29. Again, you could break it up into 3 shows if you want. Replace your other 2-3 shows that you listen to or watch this one. I'm being selfish. Yes, it's okay. Fant Becton block. Okay. Again, another zone play. So Becton, good job. Another zero step, but he's doing a better job zero step with this foot. Better job of staying square on these plays and not just lunging to the outside while crossing his feet. So he takes a zero step. Wants to protect against a B gap. Let him define himself. He defines himself. Becton gets his hands on. Circular force extension. Again, my thing is with him, you see the extension, but he throws the guys off of him, and now this guy scrapes over the top. Like, not a huge impact on this play, but there are some plays that he does that, and the guy's able to get back into play for a tackle. So I want to see him get his hands on and run through his hands, not try to extend guys. Inside tight zone, Fant does a good job of working into the ribs on the combo block, working into the ribs, creating the displacement. Warner comes to scrape over the top. Look at that timing, picking up that block. So he had a few bad plays, a few good. Like, I would say he's better the first game, but still this game, I'd still say he's a positive. So again, working to the ribs, eyes on the second level, peels off at the perfect time, picks up that block, and Gore runs forward. Good job. 29. I'm running through these next ones pretty fast. I don't want to kill people. Yeah, man, this doesn't get a lot better than that. So again, Becton zero step, hands on. I want to see him cover a little bit more upfield and then get outside. He's a little bit too shallow right here. That's why the guy's able to scrape over the top and work back. But you have hard penetration from that one tech. McGovern is able to get his feet under him, and he scrapes over the top. So that's a hard spot for McGovern. I'm not going to kill him on that, to be honest. Lewis is trying to play along right here, so he's not going to overcommit, so he's not going to really create too much difference on the one tech. And McGovern's left in a bad spot where he's going to try to reach him, who's penetrating hard. So it's not an easy play for him. But Fant that we're looking at, for him to be able to get in front of Armstead and cover Armstead when he's angling to the inside initially is really just impressive foot speed. He takes that bucket step, crosses over. But again, when you're taking bucket steps, crossing over, and contact windows, it's a bad thing. When you're taking bucket steps and crossing over, when you have to cover a lot of ground, it's almost necessary. So necessary evil, crosses his feet over, covers ground quickly, and does a great job getting in front there. Works completely horizontal. Again, nothing vertical. You don't want to go vertical before you cover that gap. Again, there's times you want to go vertical, then horizontal, then vertical. Go backwards, then vertical. Like, there's so many different things. So here he goes completely vertical. Dips his shoulder underneath of him. Damn, man, that's one of the best blocks of this game. Left hand inside, works his hips around. That is not, trust me, this is not easy. Good job by Fant. I like that play a lot. Definitely like that play a lot. 2 more plays of him. Next, all these guys, like all the other guys coming up, is like 1 or 2 plays. 74, 81. 80 was my high school freshman year football number. Well, weighed like 105 pounds my freshman year. Fant bull rushed. Okay, so not the best play. Let's see why he gets bull rushed. This is about hands for me. His hands come wide right here. So he throws a drag hand, fine. Gets into his set. He's pretty square. The thing is, he's more receiving this blow than delivering the blow, where you can see his hands come wide and like go to hug instead of shooting into his chest. So you see that hand is like really loosely placed and like weak punch onto the shoulder. So he doesn't really have a strong contact point. So again, stay square. And don't open yourself up like this. Like, he opens himself up. You want to see more of an aggressive strike from the hip right into his chest. Doesn't do that. Darnold has to throw the ball with pressure. Chucks up to Herndon. The ball is a little bit short because he's not able to step into the throw. So I want to see the ball more. It lands here. I want to see it more here. So it is a little bit too far inside. But it does draw the pass interference because Mosley never looks back to the ball, or Mosley, whatever. I don't know if it's Mosley or Mosley. But next. 81, and then we're done with Fant.
Fant block. This would be another good one. Yeah, good timing again on these combos. That was the other one on Warner was good timing. This one's another one where they're running another like a tight belly zone where this is really designed to go to the backside. Good job by Becton again, covering and then covering him working upfield just in case he did cut it here. So Becton was blocking like he was going to cut it here, or wherever it is. But he's going against this guy working up the field where he'd have to go to meet the running back. Fant near step, hand inside. Displacement, playing nice and long. Like, good job hit by him, taking that near step, getting his hands on, but not overcommitting his hips, keeping his hips square to the line of scrimmage so he could work up to the second level, not commit so fully to this where he has to turn like over his hips. So good job creating drive while playing long, peeling off at the right time, picking up the block. Movement, peel off, block. Good job. Again, an offensive lineman played good. It's pretty much, I like offensive line a lot more than I used to. Once you learn about it a lot, it's awesome to watch. P. Ryan, I thought he played good. 3 rushes for 17 yards. Watching back, I think he missed a hole or two on his 3 runs, to be honest. Hogan played all okay. He had a drop he shouldn't have. 6 receptions, 75 yards, considering he's supposed to be a 4th or 5th string receiver starting. He played okay. Barrios, 6 receptions, 59 yards. I thought he played pretty good again. I think, like Robbie Sabo and myself, I think he's a pretty good route runner. I think he will be a guy who's going to be a long-term depth option here. I don't think he might be the slot. Like, he might end up being a Cole Beasley type. Yes, because they're white, shifty slot receivers who offer some yak and some kick return, punt return stuff. Even though I don't know if what's his name does it, but that's just the guy who reminds me of people. Like, I remember I was watching with some other Jets fans, and they're like, and Tom, you know who I'm talking about. If you're still watching at this point, but he's like, oh, he not Tom, but another guy reminds me of Wayne Corbett. I'm like, all right, let's chill out here. Let's hope he could beat Cole Beasley first, which I'll be perfectly fine with. Cole Beasley's a good slot receiver. So, smoke screen. Catches, obviously, Darnold delivers the ball quickly. Barrios rushes upfield. These guys are taking high angles. This is a misplay by Barrios. Kind of, he got caught by the turf monster. But again, if he was able to keep his balance right here, that's a lot of room. So because this linebacker takes a really high angle, he cuts inside of him. Good job cutting inside of him. Listen, man, this linebacker is not catching up to him if he was able to maintain his balance right here. This is a house call. He missed what could have been another 68-yard touchdown in a house call, just like last time. It was like, a 69-yard touchdown? Similar type of play. Oh, that is brutal. He could have got there. Even if he had to continue more like horizontal here than turn it up, this guy was not catching if he was running at full speed. So that hurts a little bit, but is what it is. I just want to put it in there because, missing that touchdown kind of sucks. Barrios, I mentioned Lewis. I thought he played pretty well. Run blocking, I have 2 plays of that. I have a couple plays of Wesco, a couple other things. Run blocking, 2 and 34. Not too many plays. Again, we are nearing the end of the show. Duo run, Fant more control, good run. Okay, so this is like going to be overall run blocking. All right. Duo to the right. Again, looks like power without, if you saw these guys blocking and one of these guards pull, this would be one back power. It looks like power, but without the pullers, basically. So everybody does a good job. Becton, Lewis, McGovern does a good job creating that displacement. Working up to the backside linebacker. Obviously, scripts with how there's some congestion, but the thing I do want to see here is Fant with more control. So Fant combo blocks down to the Mike backer, but he's a little bit out of control. I want to see him get his hand inside and not just throw his shoulder and his elbow as he does. Gets off balance, is not able to scrape up, but overall, still pretty well blocked play. Like, dude, I'm telling you, man. West, and then they're doing this a lot where they're kicking out, and then the outside tight end is filling inside as like a lead blocker. But Wesco's been holding up against some freaking DNs and stuff. I know he scrapes over the top right here and makes a tackle, but look at Wesco's effort.
Like he has strong grip, strong body. Like he's sticking with some of these guys. Wesco's having a solid year 2 right now. Again, a role player, but these are guys I'm talking about to be here long term. Like hopefully Herndon continues to improve, which he had a rough 2 weeks. But Wesco as a long term guy, John Franklin Myers, Becton, like these are guys we should care about. Does Darnold deserve that spot? Going forward, like run stuff. Okay, so this is actually not going to play the offensive line. So let's see. Do these next couple plays, go quickly over the Colts game and get out of here. Another duo. This is on 2 guys. So Hogan, I want to see him take a. Again, I'm gonna run through this pretty quickly. I don't want to do it as long as I've been doing. I want to see him take more of an inside angle to cut this guy off instead of going vertical and let him get over the top. Van Roten right here is leaning a little bit too much. You see he's leaning? His head's down, not up. He's not looking at his threat. And again, that waist bend, you're not creating a lot of power. You want to be linear to create power through the ground, but when you're bending over, your power is really only in your arms and you're like this. Like there's not a lot of power to that. So on 3rd and 1, I want to see him keep his head up more. Instead of leading into the block, the guy gets the defensive the D tackle or whatever, the 3 tech gets his hands on him, is able to shed, make the tackle. So this is on Van Roten and Hogan on that one. Moving on to the next good of the offense, even though that's not good. I just blocked it in there together. I said pass blocking is improving. I only have 1 play of the pass blocking, even though we've seen a lot of pass blocking and a lot of offensive line, a lot of Darnold, a lot of Quinnen Williams. Lewis, Fant, McGovern blocks. Okay. Lewis jump set, lands his hands inside. Guy tries to chop down on the arm, but he has a strong grip right there. He's not going to let him break it. Completely matches him. McGovern slides right. Sees that Van Roten's getting beat inside. Drops his shoulder into him. Completely moves him. Good job. Fant, 45-degree set. Guy first angles inside, meets him. Then his guy goes vertical. He goes vertical. Fake punch. He'll get a fake punch on the right. Boom. Guy shoots at it, lands it. Great job. This is a good block by Fant too, definitely. 45 reacts. He reacts. Fake punch, hands inside. And he gets pushed a little bit, but overall, good job. Continuing on. 11. Did I have another one? Nope. Wesco. I have 2 plays of Wesco, even though I already showed a couple plays of him, but 2 plays just to appreciate some of the stuff that he's doing. So, good run block. All right. Becton, I want to see him a little bit more under control right here. He gets in front of him, but I want to see him guard against him, undercutting him right here. So I want to see him a little bit more under control. Good job by Lewis though. Playing long right there, getting his left arm in a lot. Like see that left arm in, stuffs him a little bit. The D end stuffs him into Becton. So good job stuffing him in, and then working to the second level, picking up his block. So like I said, Lewis played well. Definitely well. You have the front side of the line working pretty well together. Like not the prettiest block, and you could have some better. I don't want to go through individually, but the thing I do want to notice is Wesco on the edge right there. Covering this guy, shooting this gap, the sandbacker. So he's guarding against that. Eventually he declares to the outside, stays square, good angle to get up and cheating inside of him, not to the outside of him. So good job to kick him out, get his hands on, drive him. And he drives him all the way out of bounds here. Good play. Next play. All right. Wesco block, Becton, Lewis score. All right. I do want to see Becton's feet change a little bit here. I don't like this like 0 step of him crossing over in that contact window right there. like this is a little bit of a different situation, but I do want to see him like scooch this instead of crossing his feet. But again, he is allowed to have not the best technique because of how big he is. Like there are some guys right here who, with their feet compromised like this, getting contacted, they would be screwed. They would be on their ass. But because Becton's so big, he's so hard to move that he's afforded the opportunity for his technique to be bad on some plays and still win. So he's able to get in front of them, stand them up. Lewis stays in, he stays on the 3 tech, but then reacts to the linebacker, picks him up. Gore sees the linebacker shooting, drops his weight, cuts inside. He opens his hips up with his left foot turning outwards, cuts upfield. Wesco is in here somewhere too. Oh yeah. Wesco is blocking Nick Bosa. Again, he's doing a really good job as a H-back, fullback, tight end blocker. So he gets it. He's like, you see bad tight ends right here, just step right towards him and he would cut across your face and into the play. Wesco steps up the field and then to him. So good job understanding angles. Up the field. Now he does control his chest, which you want to see him land his hand on the side, but we can't ask him to be a great, a freaking offensive lineman level blocker, but fights through it, resets his hand. So you have Bosa who tries to turn him into the outside and shoot over top of him. You have Wesco who continues to fight, get it and attach his hands. And they continue to run him up the field. Bosa eventually loses balance and he plows him over. Look at this. This is against freaking Nick Bosa, who's one of the best DNs in the league. By the way, tore his ACL, which sucks. He's out for the year, so I feel bad for him and Niners fans that you don't want to see him lose any player, especially young players like that who are like defensive player of the year candidates. But hell of a job by Wesco. I'm not going to blame Wesco. He just did his job. Moving on. Good from the defense. Foley, I had him in there. I think he did an overall okay job. Shepard was pretty quiet. Hewitt, I think, played okay. He's limited in terms of like his speed and things like that. Jenkins had a pretty nice game. 1 tackle for loss, 1 sack. I have 1 play of him I want to show on run stuff. Again, this is against Trent Williams on the left side right here. So he's in a 4-point stance, comes off of the ball aggressively towards Trent Williams, gets his hands inside, looking back at the running back. He's not looking at Trent Williams, looking back at the running back, sees he's going outside, pushes upfield, continues to push Trent Williams into the backfield, is able to chase him down. Those long-ass freaking arms he has, wraps up the running back and takes him down for tackle for loss. Or the run stuff. I don't know if it's 0 yards, -1, +1, whatever. Continuing, McClendon, couple plays of him. I got 5 plays of him because I do want to have an appreciation for him. So I got about 10 plays left-ish, and I'm done. 37, McClendon. Let's see here. Blow up run. Yeah, man, I appreciate him more than other people. Even when he came from Pittsburgh, I'm going to say I'm the highest person on him. I will confirm that with Kyle Smith. I'll confirm that on everybody. I'm the conductor of the McClendon train from the start. So comes off of the ball, sees the down block coming from 75 as they're running this counter, the counter OF. Sees the down block coming, lowers his shoulder, fights through it, power, throws the rip, and blows up the run. Now he gets another tackle too, but he completely changes this play because of how if he weren't to do this and get blocked, then this might be open, because at this point you'd have him blocked, you'd have 82 working to this level, you have all these guys, you'd have a wall right here, you have Juszczyk leading the way, blocking whoever this is. But this play is all because of McClendon. This gets blown up. Because now you have Juszczyk, who instead of taking this angle to whoever this is, he has to completely change his angle, and it ends up blowing up the play. So good job right there, blowing it up by McClendon, who's a beast. He really is a beast. 44-50. 44-50. Stuff again. 0 tech right here. comes off of the ball, hands on, extends, pushing into the backfield, just pushing back a little bit, shuffling down the line of scrimmage or scraping down the line of scrimmage with them, gets in on the tackle, run stuff. This is because of McClendon resetting the line of scrimmage on another counter OF. Similar type of thing. Good job. Next play is 50. Basham and McClendon pressure. All right. Ball is still caught. Okay, so McClendon 0 again. Flows with the offensive line. Hands on. Sees the play action coming before it even happens, to be honest, because he starts to react to it. Power through contact. Pushes off of the center to work himself back into the right guard. Rushes up the field. Forks the arms. Scrapes over the top and hand right in Nick Mullins' face. So good job with the hands right here. See that right arm coming up, lifting it, coming over the top. Basham gets held. Was this not a hold? Oh, that was a hold. Okay, so Basham forces the hold. Thank God. So Basham just pushes up the field and gets held. So good job with him right there on that one. Moving on, 64. Run stuff, kind of. I don't know what this means. Oh, yeah. So this is good on him, but some other things lead to him not getting the actual tackles. So 0 tech comes off of the ball, another bear front, hands inside, extension, is reading the running back, reading the play, sees the running back going to cut it back, widens, plants hard. Again, if this guy's working you to the right and then you plant and throw, that's when you're going to get off of him. Throws him, pulls him, comes in for the tackle. He would most likely make this tackle, but you have whoever this is. Looks like Poole maybe comes inside to tackle the running back and actually hits McClendon off of the tackle and not the running back. Look at that. That's just the Jets. So that's a missed tackle again. Or maybe he made the tackle. Maybe that did count for his tackle. I don't know. But moving on from him. One more play from him. And then Tua Basham. McClendon stuff. And he's just a really smart run defender. He's just powerful, knows how to use his hands. Sees the right guard coming to pick him up. Left hand inside. You can see right there. Boom, land inside. Shocks him. Looks at the split blocker. So he sees the split blocker coming too. You see him flash his eyes right there. Get his right hand on. Like at first he gets his left hand on to scrape down the line of scrimmage. Sees that the run might be cutting back. Gets the right hand on the defender. Again, widens, drops, pulls right into the tackle. Good job by Avery right here, filling too and taking on the outside shoulder, standing that guy up and getting on the tackle. Avery didn't make too much of an impact. He was trying to just okay, but he's working his way back. McClendon, that's it for him. Basham only got 2 plays of 41 and 43. Like I said, this was like an 80-play review, people. So this was a marathon show. Maybe the other show's a little, I don't know. We'll see. You can watch as much as you want to watch. I'll put out as much as you want. 41 43. Basham QB hit. He's kind of like a heat-seeking missile sometimes. Like he just plows past people with the reckless abandon or whatever you call that. He's on the edge right here. He crashes inside to the B gap for part of that stunt. So you have another, this is an ET stunt with him and Quinnen. He crashes inside, carries Trent Williams. 75 is not unbalanced. His leg is tied up with the center. Basham crashes into him, plants him on his ass, continues to penetrate, gets the hit. He said he's a good role player. I don't think he should be a starting guy for you, but what's the other Bastion play I had? 43? I thought I already showed, or did I already show this? Let's see. I might have done this. I might have screwed up. This is my first one. Oh yeah, I already showed this play. Okay. All right, it's one less play. So Basham, I thought played pretty well. Special teams, man, didn't make any big mistakes. Second game, 5 punts, 222 yards, 44.4 yards per fine, one inside the 20 fine. Another play that rolled, he punted the ball, and the ball literally rolled from like the 5 and just slowly rolled right into the end zone. No gunner was down there. So really good punt by him. There's nobody was there to cover it. Fickman went 2 for 2, long of 41. He didn't mess up, so that's positive. I got 4 plays left that are miscellaneous. So I guess I didn't know how to put them in the categories where I wanted to show them. No blocking back here. Yes, this is another one of like the tosses that they run. It's a crack toss. They crack Jenkins. And this is what's like a bullshit I'm trying to show. Like there's like 2 or 3 penalties that show this game that should have been called, like pass interferences and things like that. Jenkins penetrates into the backfield. Sir, how is it not a block in the back? No block in the back, and then it's a loss of 2, but that should have been a 15-yard penalty. But hey, it's the Jets. You don't get called for that stuff. So continuing. 56-71. 3 plays left. Marathon. Perrine. Okay, so Perrine liked the cut back. So I should have put this in the Perrine part of it. Outside zone. Becton carries the 6-eye tech inside. Wants to protect against the B gap, which is a good job by him right here, Becton, because you have Lewis who stays in on the 1 tech as he starts to move a little bit. So the B gap is open here. So good job by Becton reacting, getting inside. Perrine is just like, in my opinion, he just like to cut back. I want to see smaller steps right here. You see the hops right here? I want to see him notice the outside leverage. This guy's setting outside. So I want to see him start taking smaller steps, cut upfield. So I want to see smaller upfield. And after you do that, you have these guys who are pursuing. So again, if he were to have smaller steps, just a little bit smaller steps, less hoppy. I'm not asking him to go boom, boom and see that right now. But at this point, cut upfield a little bit sooner than this with smaller steps. So now he's cutting up at about here instead of here. After that, you still have this guy outside. You still have this guy coming over the top. Then you have looking like McGovern with outside leverage. Guess what? Or Van Roten. Guess what? This is a pretty big gap. Or could have been, but I think he takes too big of steps right here, and is kind of hopping. So I want to see him read that a little bit better because the cutback was there. So the run blocking did better than the actual running backs this game. So smaller steps, see this outside leverage, outside, upfield, out, or upfield and in more. $71-78. Alrighty. BS late hit on Phillips. Okay. Yep, this is late. I remember getting pissed off this play action. Or they look to run another like toss. I don't even care about everything else. I was trying to show the late hit. So you have Mullins who is still holding the ball, and you have Phillips who is in mid dive as he's throwing the ball away, and this is a late hit. Why? He even turns himself off of him. Do you see, like, they always want that rule, don't fall on the quarterback? He even turns his body off of him so he doesn't land completely on him. So he turns off of him, and he's in mid lunge as he's throwing the ball, and this is a late hit. So late hit on the Jets, another bullshit penalty or non-penalty. Kind
continuing on to the last play. Then I'm going to wrap up everything really, really quickly. The rest of the stuff. Bad screen execution for the last play of the game. All right. Smoke screen to Malone. 2 receivers. 2 defenders. 2 receivers. Run past. Both defenders. Tackled. It's as simple as that. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with the film for this week. I get like a week break. Moving on to the Colts game quickly again. Their roster, Phillip Rivers. I think he's past his prime. He will just keep checking the ball down underneath. So we have to watch against the running backs. Naheem Hines, Jonathan Taylor both catch the ball in the backfield. I'm concerned about that. He's a really high completion percentage, like 70-something%. So that's concerning because if you just keep nickel and dime in the Jets, you're going to break one free because they can't tackle. Jonathan Taylor, good young running back, rookie year, powerful guy. Naheem Hines, really good receiving back. T.Y. Hilton, good yak receiver, good shifty guy underneath. That's bad for the Jets and their linebackers. Other than that, Zach Pascal, whatever. Michael Pittman, thought he was overdrafted. I can't believe he was drafted over Mims, who we still haven't seen, who I cannot wait to see week 5. I still think he's going to be really good, but this is like a wash of a first half of a rookie year because you didn't have training camp, you didn't have mini camp, you didn't have preseason games, you were injured. Like, it sucks for him, but I still think he's gonna be really good. Don't give up on him. Paris Kimball is one of Rivers' favorite targets, but I believe he's going to be out. Tight end Mo Alley Cox had a really good game last game. Big waiver wire pickup guy for tight ends, so he's an up and coming tight end. I think Jack Doyle's injured. Offensive line is really good. Costanzo's a solid top 10, 15 left tackle. Nelson's the best guard in the league. Ryan Kelly is a decent center. The only guy I don't know about really is their right guard, Mike Glowinski. I'm not sure about him, but I know overall the offensive line is really good. Braden Smith's a solid right tackle. The defensive front, pretty solid. Justin Houston at left end. Older guy, but still savvy. Danico Autry, I'm not too sure about. I haven't heard much about him. The D tackle, Buckner. Obviously, Buckner is a legit D tackle, really athletic, blowing up guys last week. Grover Stewart's decent. Outside linebackers, their linebacker group's solid as well. It's nothing great, but pretty solid. Darius Leonard's one of the best outside linebackers in the game. Bobby Okereke, again, another decent guy. Anthony Walker's a solid middle linebacker. Their corners, I think you can attack their corners, to be honest. Rocky Yusin, I think, is hurt. TJ Carey and Kenny Moore might be their starting corners. Isaiah Rodgers might be their top 3. I think Roxton's hurt. I think Xavier Rhodes, who is old and bad anyway, is hurt. Their safeties, not overly impressive either. Justin Blackman is their free safety because Hooker tore something. I forget it was, but he's their safety. And then Kari Willis is their strong safety. So I think if anything, attack the secondary, don't attack the front 7. But with the Jets, they'll run screens and not go anywhere. And the linebackers who are solid at tackling will just make tackles. So that's about it for that. The Jets injuries, I think Crowder's doubtful. Obviously, no Mosley, no Peanut still, no Cashman. I don't think Bell is on IR. Mims is still on IR. I'm not sure about Perryman. Doesn't seem like McGovern's going to play. Wilson's in a concussion, so I'm not sure about him. Mollett is on the IR. So those are the Jets injuries. My keys to the game: don't suck. Contain outside zone and pitches, because undoubtedly the Colts are going to look at the film from the Niners game and they're going to run crack tosses. They're going to run a bunch of those type of plays. So contain that. Don't suck. Force Rivers and interceptions and turnovers, because you will do that. Maybe attack the depleted secondary that I was talking about. Maybe some play action on second down after setting up the first down run. My problem with this game is the Colts have Frank Reich and the Jets have Adam Gase, so they will be outcoached. My score prediction is the Colts 30, the Jets 20. Why, do you ask? I say that because the Jets, when I picked them, were plus 9.5. I said, screw it. The Jets got to play at least one game within a touchdown or two soon. So I'm going to pick this game because I don't like Phillip Rivers. The spread was 9.5, and then the spread went up to 10.5. I thought it was going to stay at 9.5, so I jumped on it, and it went up to 10.5. So the Jets are going to lose by 10 because I could have picked them at plus 10.5 instead of plus 9.5. So that's why they're going to lose by 10. So thank you for that. The pick'ems of the week. I got the pick'ems for a lot of people. Just to go through the standings. I think Joe Corsello and somebody else didn't message me, so you're out of the running. I'm not going to chase you down for your picks. I went 3-2. Marcus went 3-2. Tom went 2-3. Kyle's 4-1. Vinny's 3-2. Matt's 3-2. Rob is 1-4, and Danny's 4-1. So Danny and Kyle are leading at 4-1. The picks of this week are all really, I think they're all really, really good games for different reasons. I'll run through them really quickly. I'm not going to spend too long because it's already been a really long podcast. And I still have to record another one actually after this with somebody else. The 0-2 Jets at the 1-1 Colts. I'm picking the Colts. The 0-2 Texans against the 2-0 Steelers. The Steelers are a good team, but I think this is an interesting game because the Texans are still a decent team. Obviously, playing the Chiefs and the Ravens isn't a good way to start. But the Steelers are also a really good defense, and this is a must-win game for the Texans. It's going to be super, super interesting to see who wins that game. I picked the Steelers because I don't trust the weapons of the Texans versus Steelers defense. Titans at Vikings. Again, another situation where the Titans have played some not great teams with the Jags. I think it was the Jags last week. The Jags and the Broncos week 1 against the Vikings, who are 0-2 and have gotten absolutely blown out and look absolutely miserable. So it's a must-win game for the Vikings. I'm still taking the Titans. Next game, the 2-0 Rams at the 2-0 Bills. I'm taking the Bills. I think Jared Goff is overrated. I think the Bills will not fall for that gimmicky type of offense with a lot of movement and motions and things like that because the Bills are really disciplined, pretty simple on defense, but really good at executing. So I'm taking the Bills at home. The next game, the 2-0 Bears, who have beaten bad teams, and the Lions and Giants against the Falcons, who somehow lost that game and they don't know how to recover an onside kick against the Cowboys. So it's a must-win for them to keep their season alive. So that's going to be an interesting game. I'm actually taking the Falcons in that to get their first win of the season. The Bears to lose. The Sunday and Monday night slate is probably the best I've seen in a while, just back-to-back, maybe that I can think of. The 2-0 Packers at the 1-1 Saints. Drew Brees looks not like the old Drew Brees. Not sure if Michael Thomas is going to play. Aaron Rodgers looks like Aaron Rodgers who's pissed off. I'm taking the 2-0 Packers to beat the 1-1 Saints, even though it's in New Orleans. The Monday night game, the best game of the year so far and probably for the rest of the year, the 2-0 Chiefs at the 2-0 Ravens. I'm taking the Ravens. I don't think the Chiefs defense will be able to keep up with Lamar Jackson. I think the Ravens defense is better than the Chiefs defense and can force a mistake or two from Mahomes. I just don't see how the Chiefs are going to contain Lamar Jackson in that rushing attack. So I think that game's going to be awesome. Not super confident in that, but I am taking the Ravens in that game. That's it. Make sure that Rob and Danny and Kyle, I need your picks. That's it for the week. Again, long episode. I'll be back. Continue to stick with us. Continue to drop those ratings, those likes. Tell people about it. The support has been fantastic, and we're going to continue to grow. We will be the #1 Jets website. We'll continue to grow, and you guys will be there along for the ride. Again, Monday, first Monday of the month will be the live stream. Appreciate you guys. Sorry for the whole nose thing, but I'll see you guys later. I'll see you next, probably Thursday again. Have a good one.